Jesus' mighty name we have prayed. Amen. For the wonderful occasion. It's on behalf of our management, we welcome you all for the international conference ICHAS 2025. I'm happy to introduce like our honorable Minister of Education, Douglas C. Kalima, who have kind enough coming of Zambia to introduce our Professor Brigadier General Dr. Lasses, the National Forensic Authority is honoring welcome to introduce our Vice Chancellor of Texila American University, Professor Dr. instrumental in this conference. Welcome you, sir. Welcome the Dean School of Medicine, Dr. Amit Kumar Singh, who is instrumental for functional of School of Medicine. Welcome you, sir. Just I'm introducing our own Professor Patrick Chanda to gracing the ceremony. Welcome you again, sir. I'm introducing our registrar, Mr. Suguna, Texila American University, to be part of this event. Welcome you, madam. This welcome all the associations like the deans of various I invite like welcome speech. Thank you, Dr. Bala, the Deputy Vice American University.
We are honored that today in this
international conference from Texila American University, we have got the acceptance from the Vice President of the
Zambia. But because of some urgent meetings and urgent circumstances,
She is not able to come today, but we are blessed with her. With her blessings, we are doing this conference under the presidency of the Minister of Education, who is very kindly consented and is available here. Thank you very much, sir. So, dear friends, participants, and everybody, I am going to read the message from the president of the Texila American University Group, Mr. Saju Bhaskar, and Executive Vice President, Mrs. Chitra Bhaskar. As you know, the Texila American University global offices in India, and they wanted to be here, but because of urgent circumstances, they are also not able to be here, but they have sent their message. So I am going to read on behalf of my president, Mr. Saju Bhaskar. So, Her Honor, the Vice President of the Republic of Zambia, Dr. W.K. Mutale, Nalumango, senior government officers, ministers and our partners, speakers and representatives from academia, healthcare professionals, our sponsors, students, and researchers. It is a great honor to welcome you to the third International Conference on Health and Allied Sciences. Honorable Minister, let me begin by expressing our profound gratitude to you for taking time for your busy schedule to be with us today. Your presence is a great honor and reflects the government's strong commitment to advancing health, education, and scientific research in Zambia and around the world. I also wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the senior government officials, invited dignitaries and parents who have joined us for this significant occasion. Your collaboration and support continue to strengthen our collective efforts toward exchanging healthcare system and building capacity across Zambia and beyond. To all participants, academicians, researchers, students, and healthcare professionals from Zambia and around the globe, I wish you meaningfully engagement and enriching knowledge exchange throughout this conference. May your contribution inspire new ideas, transformative partnerships, and breakthroughs in the health and allied sciences sector. As we commence the third International Conference on Health and Allied Sciences, we stand at a defining moment in our journey to advance global health. This gathering is not just a meeting of minds. It is a platform for innovation, a space for collaboration, and a commitment to building a stronger, more resilient healthcare future for all. I also congratulate all presenters and researchers who will be sharing their work during the conference. Your dedication to scientific excellence and evidence-based practice is what drives progress in healthcare delivery, public health, management, and IT field. At Texila American University, we remain firm in our mission to provide quality education, promote research, and prepare future healthcare leaders. Through partnership with governments and institutions across Africa and beyond, we continue to expand our impact, support national development priorities, and strengthen the health workforce. The theme of this year's conference, Transforming Healthcare Through Collaboration, Innovation and Research, is timely and reflects the global call for equitable, sustainable, and resilient health system. Let this conference be a catalyst for new ideas, new connections, and new solutions. On behalf of Texila American University, we extend our best wishes for a successful, productive, and inspiring conference experience. Dear friends, with this message of President, I just wanted to add few things that the Texila American University this year has achieved some milestones also. And the first milestone, what I can consider, that the Texila American University has scored 97.50% in the HEA annual audit. The second milestone, that is the international arena, the Texila American University has got the accreditation from British Accreditation Council. Dear student, our medicine has a wonderful standing in the world, and that's what we have got the sponsor note in the medical directory of this medical school. Along with this, I am noticing a lot of students out here from Texila and other university and other school. Dear students, I just wanted to bring to the information of yours who are from outside from Texila that our Texila medicine team has won national medical quiz also this year. So with this, before I close my message and President message, I again wishing a very inspiring conference of this year, where we have got more than 100 research papers in the shape of the abstracts and the posters. The second day, the next day means tomorrow, we will be having the research paper presentation. Today we will be having a lot of keynote speech. So this is for the student that they can carry the knowledge and they can carry with the skills what is required for the health sciences, management and IT graduate. Thank you very much.
Round of applause for the Vice Chancellor. Thank you, Vice Chancellor, for that inspiring and wonderful speech. Moving forward, we now move to an important highlights and overview of what third international conference on health and allied sciences is about. Allow me to invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, Dr. Bala, to present the conference, to present about the conference. Dr. Bala, sir.
Thank you. Good morning once again. I'm happy to present the report about the Texila American University Third International Conference on Health and Allied Science 2025. Zambia proudly hosts the International Health and Allied Science Conference as a flagship platform dedicated to advancing research, innovation, knowledge exchange across Zambia, SADC region, and global. Establishing an annual event, ICHAS brings together scholars, practitioners, research, and innovators, foster a meaningful collaboration, and share cutting-edge knowledge across multiple disciplines. Technologies, introducing artificial intelligence as a backbone of its operations and adheres to internationalized quality standards, being fully accredited for 4 years by British Accreditation Council in the year of 2025. This is the vision of Texila American University Zambia. We actively promote research and innovation at global standards, nurturing multidisciplinary collaborations, encouraging evidence-based practices, and developing sustainable solutions that address both local and international health challenges. Since its inaugural edition of this conference 2023, followed by 2024 as an online event, ICHAS has been successfully fostered dialogue and collaboration with experts across the globe, including researchers, professors from various universities across Europe, Asia, and USA, additionally with research laboratories. The main aim of the conference for this year is to address the emerging globe challenges through collaborative interdisciplinary approaches that can bridge medicine, public health, IT, and management to foster innovation in healthcare delivery, integrating digital health technology, data-driven strategies, and evidence-based practices. To encourage knowledge and sharing the dialogue between academic institutions, health providers, policymakers, and tech innovators. To generate actionable policy recommendations that support ethical, inclusive, and technology-enabled public health system. The multidisciplinary platform which promotes dialogue, knowledge exchange, collaborative problem solving across medicine, public health, management, and technology with an integrated, innovative, and sustainable approach for global health challenges. Importantly, Texila University, Zambia consistently aligns with the government of Zambia's policy to promote research to innovation, ensuring that all the initiatives meet international standards and contribute meaningfully to the country's scientific and healthcare development agenda. ICHAS 2022 has been designed with four tracks. Track 1 is for medicine and clinical sciences. Track 2 is for public health. Track 3 is meant for management and policy making. Track 4 is meant for informatics and technology. Building on a strong foundation, ICHAS has received more than 130 research papers across various places of the continent and world. So the submissions which includes Africa, Asia, and Caribbean island and Europe. These papers cover a broad spectrum of domains including medicine, clinical sciences, public healthcare management, policy, and health informatics. Following the review, the conference technical expert committee has selected 70 papers. This works for to present the contributions, standards of scholarly excellence and relevance to contemporary health allied science challenges. This conference is held in collaboration with the leading professional associations of Zambia, including Zambia Medical Association, Resident Doctor Associations of Zambia, Zambia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Zambia Union of Nurses and Midwifery Organization (ZUNO), Public Health Association of Zambia. These partnerships strengthen professional engagements to facilitate networking and support translation of research findings into actionable policies practices. ICHAS 2025 is purely sponsored by our sponsors. Farmanova Zambia, we stand by thanking Farmanova Zambia, then Zenaco Bank and Airlink, whose deliveries support demonstrate the importance of public health, public and private industry partnerships in advancing health research innovations and professional development. Through ICHAS 2025, Texila American University Zambia contributes to demonstrate its leadership in fostering globally engaged research-driven academic environment that bridges disciplines, enhances professional competencies, and contributes to actionable solutions for pressing health challenges in Zambia, SADC region, and wider the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bala, for that speech. Thank you once again, Dr. Bala, for that enlightening overview. After that explanation, I think even Gogo might come here to learn something new. At this moment, I would like to call upon the Vice Chancellor of Texila American University, Professor Dr. A.J. Porter, to call upon the Honorable Minister of Education to address the conference.
are very, very proud to have the Minister of Education, Mr. Douglas Yakalima, who is, I have found, one of the very, very generous personality I ever seen in the ministerial world. With this, I very humbly requesting Minister to please deliver items. Thank you. Could we be seated, please? Good morning, everybody. Zambians fail to answer back when you say good morning. Good morning. Thank you. It's nice to be here. Allow me, Vice Chancellor, to ride on the protocols already established by the Master of Ceremonies, or is it Director of Ceremonies? The presentation I'm going to give to you today is on behalf of the Vice President, her Honor the Vice President. So why you hear that I say I, it's not me, it's the Vice President. It is with great honor and profound pleasure that I stand before you this morning to officiate at the opening of the third International Conference on Health and Allied Sciences, hosted by Texila, American University, Zambia. I extend a warm welcome to you all from near and far who have responded to this important call to gather, exchange knowledge, build partnerships, and advance the frontiers of health and allied sciences in our country, our region, and the broader global community. This year's conference is being held under the theme and quote, Futuristic Collaborative Pathways, Bridging Medicine, Public Health, Information Technology, and Management, end quote. The theme appropriately captures the spirit of our times. It reminds us that the challenges we face in health are no longer solely clinical or confined to traditional domains. The future will be shaped by how well we integrate medicine with public health strategy. The future will also be shaped by how effectively we harness information technology and how widely we deploy management systems that make our health institutions agile, accountable, and ready for change. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, as a country, we have deliberately positioned ourselves on a path of socio-economic transformation. We recognize the human capital is the bedrock of national development. We understand that good health is not only merely the absence of disease, but the presence of systems that anticipate, adapt, and innovate. We commit to building a health ecosystem where no one is left behind, rural or urban, young or old, and everywhere every citizen has access to quality health services delivered with dignity and excellence. In my capacity as Vice President, I have spoken repeatedly of the inexcusable truth stillborn by mothers and newborns in our country. As I observe that the maternal and newborn sanity costs 1,000 maternal and neonatal deaths per year in Zambia is unacceptable, end quote. We cannot accept a situation where every single loss might have been avoided through better systems, better service delivery, better integration of technology, and better management. The task before us, therefore, is urgent. We have also emphasized the importance of equality in accessing health services. It remains our conviction that no Zambian should be disadvantaged on account of where they live. And when I visit rural health facilities and commission health centers, I continue to reaffirm government's commitment to eliminate the inequalities between rural and urban areas in health access. The government launched the National Electronic Governance Plan for 2023 to 2026, recognizing that digital transformation is not optional,
but essential in modern governance and service delivery. This means that health systems must also be part of that digital transformation agenda. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, under the able leadership of our President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, the Ministry of Health, Smart Zambia Institute, and our development partners are partnering together to drive digital health systems across our country. At the regional level, we recognize that health is not simply a national issue, but a matter of continental solidarity. When I addressed the second meeting of Ministers of Health for the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa Commission in August this year, I stressed that health security is economic security, and that we must build resilient as well as integrated health systems prepared for emerging threats. The theme of this conference, therefore, invites us to a new mindset, one of collaboration, intelligence, and foresight. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we must strengthen research, innovation in evidence-based practice across health and allied sciences. Zambia is moving from being merely a consumer of knowledge to becoming a creator of it. We must therefore support research that is locally relevant, that addresses our community's needs, and that informs policy and practice. Studies, data systems, publications, and technological prototypes must no longer sit in an academic silo, but they must translate into better outcomes for patients, for populations, and for our economy. We must leverage partnerships and regional collaboration more intentionally than ever before. No single institution can solve the numerous challenges alone. Governments, universities, private sector innovators, civil society organizations, and international agencies must align their efforts. The role of universities like Texila American University, Zambia, is pivotal. You form the bridge between education, research, innovation, and community service. I encourage you delegates, presenters, and observers to view this conference not just as a forum for presentation, but as a launch pad for the new alliances, joint proposals, North-Central research, spin-out initiatives, and technology-enabled solutions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to stress that a mother in a rural district expects to deliver safely. She needs a facility with a trained midwife, a safe space, essential supplies and connectivity to refer and receive assistance if complications arise. She therefore benefits when digital systems ensure her health records flow seamlessly across facilities. She benefits when supply chain visibility ensures that no essential drug or consumable is missing. She benefits when management structures support quality, accountability, and continuous improvement. She benefits when data from her district is aggregated and analyzed to strengthen policy. That is precisely the kind of big pathway that this conference must seek to map out. I have emphasized before that Zambia recognizes the transformative potential of artificial intelligence in driving socio-economic development, including improving healthcare outcomes. We must also remember that we need to invest in human capital development. We value our health workers and continue to build strong leadership at our health facilities. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as you begin these proceedings, I encourage you to step beyond the sessions and beyond the panels. Use this time to connect, to network, and to imagine new interdisciplinary pathways. As I conclude, let me extend my profound gratitude to Texila American University Zambia for hosting this vital conference. It is my sincere hope that over the next 2 days, you will be inspired, you will collaborate, and you will innovate. I am confident that you will We will leave this conference not only with new knowledge, but with new commitments, new networks, new proposals, and new energy to apply what you have laid for the benefit of Zambia, our region, and our continent. It is now my singular honor and privilege to declare the third International Conference on Health and Allied Sciences officially open. God bless you all. God bless the Republic of Zambia. I thank you for your kind attention. That was the vice president. Now I want to speak as Minister of Education. I must say, professors and organizers of this conference, that I'm excited that Zambia is being shaped this way. Collaboration is the main thing today, globally. And I'm happy to see many of you students here. What excites me most, Vice Chancellor, is that I taught at medical school for over 20 years. And I'm happy to see students in the medical field. I'm not a physician myself, but I taught them, both here in Zambia and in England. So I'm so happy for this conference and that it is a phase in a series and that we're going to share knowledge. Like you said, just recently I was saying something when I went to Ghana. I said we must not always be consumers of already made things. We must start as Africa also to be exporting our brains. Nowadays there is nothing like brain drain. All we have is brain sharing. So when you collaborate, you are sharing your brains. And the brains cannot be in silos, as we have always seen, that universities will be isolated institutions. Universities, that's why they are called universities, they are universities. So I'm happy actually to see all of you here, and please remember what you're going to gain from this conference is to go and share elsewhere. Don't go and shine alone that me I know this. No. We all know but a fraction of what is to be known. God bless you all.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that encouraging and informative address. Right about now, we shall take a short break from the traditional dance troupe. Traditional dance troupe. Thank you for that energetic dance. Right about now, please allow me to express our appreciation. I now invite Professor Patrick Chanda, Dean of the School of Public Health of Texila American University, Zambia, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Honorable Minister, before I deliver my vote of thanks, permit me to just invite one of our platinum sponsors to just say a few words before I deliver my vote of thanks. I am inviting Mr. John Chinto, Head of Quality Control at Nalumango. Thank you for inviting me. I'd like to recognize the presence of the Minister of Education, Mr. Douglas Siakali. Ladies and our right on the protocol is already established. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. On behalf of Kamanova Zambia Limited, it is an honor to express our appreciation to Texila American University for hosting this important gathering. As a local pharmaceutical manufacturer established in 1980, we remain committed
ensuring that essential trusted medicines are available and accessible to all people of Zambia. Our work from household products like Panadol, Cafenol, and solutions like ORS and Kitiam oil reflects our belief that health security begins at home. Today has reminded us that something powerful, progress in healthcare is never the work of one organization or one discipline. It happens when academia, policymakers, researchers, clinicians, and industry come together, just as we are here. To all participants, speakers, organizers, thank you for the knowledge shared, the partnerships that will be sparked, the bold ideas that will be put forward. May the conversations from this conference become actions that strengthen Zambia's health systems for years to come. Thank you, and we wish you a continued success as the conference progresses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that speech. That is Mr. John Chintu, Head of Quality Control at Farmanova. Through the Honorable Minister, Your Honor, the Vice President of the Republic of Zambia, Dr. W.K. Mutale Nalumango, on behalf of Texila American University and all participants gathered here today, I wish to express our deepest gratitude for honoring us with your presence and for officially opening the third International Conference on Health and Allied Sciences. We are truly inspired by the key issues we have highlighted this morning, particularly your emphasis on strengthening research, fostering innovation in health systems, and building strategic collaborations that support national development. Your guidance sets a clear tone for the deliberations we embark on today. We also, as Texila American University and the third International Conference on Health and Sciences, appreciation to the Honorable Minister of Education, Mr. Douglas Siakalema MP, for the support to this event and to the academic community at large. Allow me further to acknowledge and thank all senior government officials present for joining us at this important partners from professional associations, regulatory bodies, collaborating institutions, our sponsors, and the wider academic fraternity. Your participation and contributions enrich the quality and impact of this conference. We are equally grateful to the students who have joined us today, and also I have observed that there are some pupils also from secondary schools around your enthusiasm represents the future of health and allied sciences in Zambia and beyond. Our appreciation also goes to the management of Texila American University Zambia under the guidance of the board and the leadership of our Vice Chancellor, Professor. Your vision and unwavering support have made and thank the members of the for their continued partnership in amplifying educational and scientific initiatives, which share the significance of this occasion with the nation. A special word of gratitude of this conference,
effort, coordination, and dedication have ensured the successful planning and execution of this conference. We extend special thanks to our sponsors from Anova, Zanaco, and Airlink. Your generous support has made a meaningful contribution to the success of this conference, and we value your partnership immensely. To everyone present, thank you for taking the time to be part of this marathon event. May our engagements be guided by the insightful direction that Zambia has set. Yield practical, transformative solutions for our country and the region. Thank you. Now, let me invite our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Dr. Bala, to come and guide the release of the conference proceedings. Good morning once again. In this occasion, I request our Honorable Minister, along with the dignitaries in the high table, please kindly help us to release the proceedings of the International Conference ICHAS 2025. Minister, please help us with the proceedings. Designed for green contract, like official proceedings, we have limited to like printed physical version of the proceedings. So the same e-version will be shared to all the and participants. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor and Dr. Bala. Right about now, please allow me to invite the Registrar, Madam Sugoma, to call upon the Vice President of the Republic of Zambia to receive a token of appreciation. Madam Sugoma. So good morning to everyone. I now invite our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ajay Poda, to give this memento to our Minister.
Dr. Amit Kumar Singh kindly give a memento to the Director, National Pharmacy Authority, Dr. Lawson. Uh, Thank you so much.
I can see that you are not clapping much. I don't know what's happening. Are you not happy? Why are you not happy? Okay, so right about now, I'm going to request the students to go outside for a group photo with the Honorable Minister. So the ushers, please usher the students outside. Meanwhile, the high table can, okay. Meanwhile, the high table can please proceed and leave the podium. They're going up.
Steps, all steps, please.
Staff members of come with, take a group picture.
Please students proceed for the group photo outside. Staff members, please come to the front. We also have posters in the back. You can also read the posters in the back. Those of you interested in the group photo, please go outside. All the students are requested to go to the lawn outside. Please go to the lawn outside where you will have your group photo. Please proceed outside. Okay, while the minister is taking this photo of the students, invited guests can please proceed by the serving day. Mr. Chirule is right there, he will be able to guide you. Dear students, can I have your attention, please? I'm told you can proceed for tea break. Students can proceed for tea break. By the saving day on my right. Let's as we welcome the traditional dance troupe. Thank you so much for that wonderful and energetic dance. Right about now, please allow me to call upon Professor Patrick Chanda, the Dean of School of Public Health, to come and introduce our next speaker. A huge problem. I don't know why you are not clapping. A round of applause for Professor. Thank you, much better.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So we are beginning our technical sessions, and the first technical session is the keynote address by Dr. Abanita Sethi. This will be, she will be connecting with us virtually. Dr. Abanita Sethi is Associate Professor and Head of Department of the Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology at Binabai Medical College in India. She will be speaking about the role of forensic medicine, the role of forensic medicine expertise in delivering justice, and with a sub-theme of challenges and the way forward. Before Dr. Sethi connects with us, I will invite Dr. Kaseketi to just come and give a brief background about Dr. Sethi. I need to write in the protocols already established. It is my rare privilege and manner this afternoon in introducing us to deliver the first keynote address at this year's International Conference on Health and Allied Sciences. Abanita Sethi is an accomplished forensic medicine specialist who currently serves as the Associate Professor and Head of Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology at Bhimabol Medical College, Odisha, India. With extensive experience in medical education, forensic pathology, and clinical forensic practice and toxicology, she is known for her academic leadership and dedication to advancing forensic healthcare systems in India. Over the course of her career, Dr. Sethi has contributed significantly to undergraduate and postgraduate training in forensic medicine, combining traditional teaching methods with innovative case-based learning approaches. Her expertise include medical legal documentation, forensic pathology, injury analysis, toxicological cases, and death investigation protocols. She has been actively involved in departmental development, curriculum enhancement, and strengthening medical legal services. A strong advocate for continuous learning, Dr. Abanita Sethi brings to conferences a rich blend of academic insight, clinical experience, and practical forensic understanding, making her a highly engaging and authoritative speaker on topics related to forensic medicine and toxicology. That brief introduction and a round of applause allow me and invite me join me in inviting Dr. Sethi to mount the podium and deliver the first keynote address.
Very good afternoon to one and all present over there. Am I audible? Yes. Respected chief guests, chairman, vice chairman, respected deans of various school of Texila, American University, Zambia, the convener of Third International Conference on Health and Allied Sciences, the delegates on the dais and off the dais, and my dear students. Myself, Dr. Abanita Sethi, Associate Professor and Head of Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology, PBMCH, and from India. I am immensely grateful to the organizing committee for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my topic as a keynote speaker in this August gathering. So with my heartfelt thanks, I begin my topic, which is role of forensic medicine expertise in delivering justice, challenges and way forward. Forensic medicine is the application of medical knowledge for the administration of justice. So every medical practitioner during the practice of his profession will encounter or would have encountered certain cases which at that time given or subsequently would be labeled as medico-legal. So these are the medico-legal cases with legal implications or legal cases requiring medical expertise. So the medical practitioners are usually apprehensive of these medical legal cases, and out of the psychological fear, they usually try to avoid or manipulate them as non-MLC. And in turn, they face the legal consequences. But the best way to deal with them is to utilize the knowledge and skill of forensic medicine to understand them clearly, analyze them thoroughly, and act judiciously to save themselves as well as the society. Thus, they become a stakeholder in maintaining law and order and justice. So today I will discuss the topics like physician's responsibility as a stakeholder of legal system, management of medical legal cases, medical legal examination, medical legal reports, collection and preservation of samples, and recent and futuristic tools in forensics. So why at all to manage this MLC? Actually, this is the physician's responsibility in criminal matters. Every doctor under law is bound to serve its patient and cannot refuse treatment. And if they are aware of commission of some crime, they have to report them to the magistrate or the police. And if the police require information, or then the doctor is bound to supply it. Failure to furnish information or giving false information or concealing the information leads to punishment as per the law of the land. So in our practice, we encountered various medical legal cases like injury, animal attacks, poisoning, alcohol intoxications, and suicides, homicides, different type of accidents, and physical assaults or sexual assaults, etc. But how a doctor receives a medical legal case? So either they are brought to the police directly for examination, or they are already registered in the previous hospital, but the person is referred for expert advice, or the doctor can find himself after eliciting history that if he feels so, according to the law of the land, he can term it as an MLC, or the patient himself expresses his intention to register a case against the accused. So what are the steps to be followed? The first priority is to save the life of the patient. Then, so resuscitation is a must and ensure that he is out of danger. So secondary thing is medical legal examination. But if the patient dies, the dead body is never released to the relatives, but the police is to be informed and a postmortem is to be conducted if feels necessary. And in all broad dead cases, this is the discretion of the doctor whether to label the case as medical legal or not. So in our law, it is in India, we have to inform the police in the following conditions, like in suspected unnatural death cases, or the bodies having injuries or ligature marks or any bite marks, if there are signs of poisoning, or death of a recently married woman which is covered under the dowry death cases, and magistrate inquest is done in this case, and similarly and also in the anesthetic and OT table deaths. So what is the role of medical professional in medical legal investigation? So first and foremost is clinical documentation. So maintaining proper medical records, then giving expert testimony in the court of law. So also he has to take care of the patient privacy and confidentiality while upholding these regulations in legal proceedings. Patient communication and also collaboration between the doctors and legal professional is necessary to carry out properly the process of law. So what are the documentary evidences that a doctor is necessary to provide? That is medical certificates regarding ill health, age, death, etc. And death certificate should consist of immediate cause of death and other significant causes. And also it is the doctor's duty to note the dying declaration in case in absence of magistrate is there, but the doctor's duty is to certify the compos mentis, that is the person is in his sound mind at the time of nearing death, and he will tell what has happened to him or what is the incidents that caused him death. So it has to be documented and sent to the magistrate. So there are some ethical consideration in medical legal investigation, like we should uphold or protect the patient rights or privacy or confidentiality while providing the necessary information for investigation. Also, we should balance the professional integrity with the demands of legal proceeding, and it is the professional responsibility to report unethical illegal practices we have already discussed. So also the doctor has a role in medical malpractice investigations, like he will to establish the breach in the standard of care. Doctor has to review the medical records and give expert opinion on the case. and also take the patient testimony which provide additional insights to the case. And finally, he has to present the evidence in the court of law and face the cross examinations. So what is the procedure for medical examination? First is to take consent, then confidentiality, examination proper, collection and preservation of samples, preparation of medical legal reports in duplicate. So first, why at all we should take the consent? So consent, we should take the written informed consent. If it is a minor, that is as per our law, it is less than 18 years, lawful guardian has to give the consent. If it is more than 18 years on an adult, then he can give consent for any invasive procedure or surgery. Informed consent obtained after explaining all the possible risk and side effects is superior to all forms of consent and is also legally defensive. We can save ourselves. So why at all we take sometimes in case of medical emergency, notifiable disease, and because of in case of medical legal autopsy, we need not take consent also. So why at all, what is the reason why we take this consent? Because if a person is examined, treated or operated without consent, then it amounts to assault and the patient may recover damages. So if full information will not provide, and then this amounts to negligence, and this patient can sue ourselves for this negligence act. So during medical legal examination, the main and the foremost thing is documentation. It is always done in duplicate. There should not be any cutting, overwriting or abbreviations. They are done in separate pro forma for all the different examination. And the 2 marks of identification are to be noted of the examining. Then there are usually 3 parts of a medical legal report. Like the first part reveals the identity details and the history and the date and time of examination. The second part must contain the observations and findings of the doctor, and the third part is the opinion and the inference drawn by the doctor. So these reports are as such not admitted unless the doctor attends the court and testifies the fact under oath. So the first type of examination we do is the injury report, where we take the consent, write the vitals, and then we preliminary things we do. Then we note the injury, which and write down the number, length, breadth, and what is the location, what is the color change, and what is the nature of injury. So as per the law, we have it has been defined which are the simple and which are the grievous injury, and punishment is awarded like that. So we have to mention what is the cause of such injury, what has caused it. Is it due to heart blunt trauma or due to sharp cutting injury, and the duration of injury writing is a must, and it can be inferred from the color changes. So I have seen cases, a female was admitted in the psychiatric hospital by the in-laws, but actually while talking to the female, she told that she is completely okay. She has been tortured for many days, and that was coinciding with the examination finding that she was having lot of injuries with multiple durations. Like the bruise were having color changes, like it was bruise black, it was also some yellow and green color bruise was there. That suggests that it was of it was of different duration of injury, suggesting that she was speaking the truth. Similarly, if we leave something during the treatment of the patient, we do not mention the injuries, then while furnishing the injury report, they will be deficient and it will lead to dereliction of duty. Our court has punished many doctors for such negligences. So while examining the patient, our duty is also to collect and preserve the samples like cloths in assault swabs, and if any pellets or bullet is recovered for matching to the firearms and for washing hand washing from the firearm suicide case or any foreign body. We have to collect it as an exhibit and label it, seal it, and send it for further examination, and the chain of custody is to be maintained properly, otherwise its evidentiary value will be diminished. So also we do sexual assault examination where usually in POXO cases means prevention of children and for against sexual assault cases. There we preferably a lady doctor examines the survivor or the victim child and with proper documentation of the history, genital and extragenital injuries, and also treatment is done. The swab smears from the vagina is taken and they are sent for DNA test. The nail clippings and investigations like for STDs, for HIV, these are done. Then screening for semen, for acid phosphatase and prostate specific antigen are being done. It is confirming. We can see this slide we shows an semen. So if we find spermatozoa, if we find one spermatozoa, at least one with the intact spermatozoa in the vaginal swab, that suggests that recently sexual intercourse have taken place. So, in one of my studies in the tertiary center in Odisha, India, I found that 70% victims were in the age group of 11 to 20 years, and 63.6% were minors, that means below 18 years, and mostly were the students. And in 91.7% cases, perpetrators was known to the victim. That is the most even, and then the child were brought to examination. Only 18.9% children were brought to examination within 72 hours. So all the evidences usually they are lost if they are brought late. So another important examination is autopsy or necropsy, that is the post-mortem examination of the body to assess the cause of death. So they are of different types like medical legal autopsy, the clinical and pathological autopsy for academic interest, or psychological autopsy, and the most recent one is the biopsy. So usually the autopsy objective is to identify the disease if it is unknown by seeing the various parts and criteria of the body, then knowing to determine the cause, manner and time since death, to document the injury and deduce how they occurred, to document any natural disease process, and finally we have to testify the same in the court of law. This picture shows the autopsy table we are using. So examination along with the cause of death, the estimation of time since death is very important to correlate with in case of homicides. So we'll see the condition of the eyes. This is the picture of tachynoid which occurs around 2 to 4 hours, and post-mortem lividity, similarly rigor mortis, features of decomposition, the picture showing marbling, changes of marbling at a particular that occurs after 24 hours in our environment, and hospital records and refrigeration, all these are produced for time since death estimations. Finally, we send the tissue samples in 10% formalin for histopathological examination, and we do microscopy and gross examination. Sometimes blood culture is done in fresh bodies, and also smears are taken for parasitology. Then chemical analysis. These are some autopsy cases I have seen personally. This is the skeleton remain which was identified by this a plate which was attached to the or nailed to the femur bone, which I didn't. And it corresponds to a male person was missing from the village, and this is the decomposed body we found. It was tied with the hand tied, and hand and legs were tied, but we could find in between this decomposed remain, we could find the fracture of the mandible and the head bone. So this is a case of autopsy where the vaginal smear swab this is a rape and murder case of a 10-year-old child which was detected by the especially the accused was caught by the DNA analysis of the vaginal swab and the clots. And we could, by X-ray of the body, we could easily recover this. These are the bullets inside the body of a deceased. So there are various tests for blood. There could be physical, chemical, microchemical tests, and newly recent advances like spectroscopic test, seroimmunological test, and blood grouping by advanced method are also being done. So first is the screening test for blood. They can be done on the spot by the side of the body by taking the blood sample or from the weapon. These are the sensitive tests, we can say. Then the principle is to detect the presence of enzyme peroxidase in the hemoglobin of the blood. Next are the microscopic test and microchemical test. We can test for hemoglobin, like in Takayama test we get large salmon pink feathery crystals, and in Tickman test we get brown yellowish rhomboid crystals. And advanced red lights, this is the microscopic test for we can differentiate the RBC of human from avian and camel RBC, which are nucleated, and human RBC is not nucleated and biconcave. These are the advanced states tests like spectroscopic. And this is the instrument for spectroscopic examination. We can examine the hemoglobin even if it is a recent or old stain, or if even a small amount, very small amount of sample is there. This follows the principle that when the sunlight passes through the colored material, it absorbs the color, and we can measure the absorption spectrum. So blood has the similar property of absorbing these rays from the spectrum. So we can get a spectrum of the sample in a photographic plate. So this Raman, we can say it is a Raman spectroscopy method, and this can be utilized. These are being utilized in our labs for identification of evidence and analysis of biological fluids like saliva, blood, urine, semen, inks also. The UV infrared spectrophometry, mass spectrometry, they are used for analysis of gunshot residue like drugs, and even it can detect the lipstick and shoe polish smears. So next is, while doing autopsy, we preserve the viscera. So viscera examination is very important. Routinely, this stomach, intestine, liver, spleen, kidney, they are preserved in saturated solution of common salt, and in suspected poisoning cases, or in RTA cases, or in road traffic accident cases where there is a smell of alcohol, and they are label sealed and handed over to the police for along with the documentation for further analysis at the State Forensic Science Laboratory. So we do not test them. It is done in the Forensic Science Laboratory. So these are the jars how we send them. So in some special poisonings also, we take various samples for it. So our SFSL, it detect a wide range of poisons like organophosphorus, alkaloid, benzodiazepine, barbiturates by the following methods, like for TLC, GCMS, and high performance liquid chromatography for non-volatile poison and heavy metals like arsenic. They are detected by atomic absorption spectrophotometry. So recently a case of death of a female doctor was thought as unnatural death, but after examination of viscera, it was found that it contained a fatal dose of propofol. And after that, her husband, that is a Bangalore surgeon, he was arrested for the murder of his wife, as he was treating the wife by giving propofol for over 2 days in the pretext of treating gastritis. Thus, this helps a lot. But the key challenges are the significant delay in sending the samples and the negative reports due to this delay and and the main thing is we do only the qualitative tests for all the cases and not the quantitative estimations. So diatom test is another test used in drowning, where if we find the diatoms, then or match the diatoms from the bone marrow sample collected and drowning water, then it acts as a corroborative evidence that the person was living. And doctor also help in recording the medical legal seats in mass casualty or disaster, and the person are identified by the identification method by the DNA fingerprinting. So identification plays a crucial role during the autopsy or of a in the case solving of an forensic pathologist. So we can use the teeth bite marks, handwriting, photographs, tattoo marks, or superimposition techniques when only bones and the soft tissue is not available, and also by fingerprinting and DNA typing. So fingerprinting or dactylography is a very unique. Every individual has a unique fingerprint pattern which remains same even in the identical twins. So this technology, previously it was assessed manually, but now with the advent of infrared laser ablation technology, advanced fingerprint identification technology, and color changing fluorescent field by using micro X-ray fluorescence, this bringing out this latent print have been very successful, and the matching fingerprint matching algorithm using the AFID has raised the accuracy of matching from 92% to 99.6%. Next is DNA profiling. So DNA, the basis is the DNA of each individual is unique, except in some cases like monozygotic twins. It is inherited from the parents. It carries the genetic variation for the different individual. It is highly sensitive and more stable than the blood group. So we can know the species of origin and gender simultaneously from a test and the samples. We can take a variety of samples like blood, saliva, hair, skin, bones, and semen. This with a very easy method of collection using the FTA cards, that is the Flinders Technology Associate card, which are chemically treated paper for collection and preserving biological samples, which lyse the cells, releasing the DNA. They also inactivates the virus and bacteria and brings the stability to the sample for long-term biobanking. It is also safe as the pathogens are inactivated. So these are the machines for this DNA analysis. So there are various steps of process of DNA typing, which includes amplification of the first is elution and taking the sample extraction of the DNA, then amplification of the DNA by polymerase chain reaction, and then analyzing the short-term tandem repeat sequences. But the limitations are there. Some limitations are there. DNA fingerprinting has risen like a new star in the horizon of law. There, throughout the world, it has become 21st century crime fighting tool. So it contains the DNA profile of the convicts or arrestees. 120 countries have already developed their databases, and combined DNA index system has been developed and legalized in all the states of US. In India is not back. So it has also 27 forensic labs where the human DNA profiling facilities are available. So next, it also DNA testing is also used for paternity testing for solving the child support inheritance dispute and to know the biological father. So the samples are taken from the child, mother, and the father by simple method in FTA cards. And for profiling, 16 or more STR markers are used. A newer method is nanotechnology, where the gold, silver, and titanium oxide nanoparticles are used to detect the evidence on the weapon, biological samples, and residues. The next, the most interesting one is the virtuopsy, that is the blend of virtual and autopsy. So, with the advent of CT scan and MRI, the bodies are examined after death with these new technologies. So, this is a collaboration between the multiple disciplinary fields like forensic medicine, rheumatology, röntgenology, and computer graphics. It began in Germany and it is used in Switzerland, USA, and Australia rampantly. With this post-mortem CT scan, CT PMCT, aspiration, and biopsy technology, many disease process can also be non-invasively or minimally invasively. With the minimal invasive procedure, we can know the cause of death. In India, the first center for virtual autopsy was started in 2021 at AIIMS, New Delhi, and in further 2 more hospitals they use the CT scans for virtual autopsy. Another a project was also established to calculate the time since death using an observer independent technique, that is a camera for knowing the changes in color and temperature of the cornea, and using the RBG software, the time since death could be assessed in with a mean error of only 21 minutes. So there are many advantages of virtuopsy, like we can visualize the injuries with more depth. Some air embolism, pneumothorax, they can be detected very clearly, and it is useful in mass disaster when a family wishes to avoid traditional autopsy. But there are some limitations, like it requires specific skills and training, and these are very lengthy and costly procedure, and some diseases like fat embolism and coronary artery diseases are difficult to detect. Also, doctor has some roles in lie detection cases, like use of narcoanalysis, that is the giving IV sodium pentothal or scopolamine so that the person enters into various stages of anesthesia and is less inhibited and is more likely to divulge the information. Similarly, in India, brain mapping technology has been used, like brain electrical oscillation signature, where the waves, P300 waves, are being used to take out, and the waves are analyzed to see whether the person is guilty or not. It is accepted as a corroborative evidence till now. So the take-home message is, although life-saving is the foremost duty of a doctor, but medical legal examination and investigation and are part and parcel of their professional practice. Proper examination and documentation is necessary to save themselves and as well as provide social justice. So healthcare professionals should always update themselves to the recent advances in medical legal investigation procedure and changes time to time in the legal provisions to uphold justice. So to conclude my session, I'll say medical legal services are the essential link between medicine and law, ensuring that justice prevails in various legal matters, and criminal investigation to civil litigation. Their expertise and unbiased opinion play a crucial role in shaping the outcome of legal proceeding. And as we move forward, the continued development of medical legal services promises a brighter future for justice and fairness within our society. With the advent of new diagnostic tools, AI, genetic analysis, and advances in forensic science, the medical legal services indeed look promising, with strengthening of accuracy and efficiency of medical legal investigations. So these are my references. Thank you. Any questions you can ask?
Yeah, if there are any questions, please.
Sir?
Mr. Mkhuli, you have a question?
It's not audible clearly. Pardon?
Anyone with a question?
Not audible, please.
Okay, Dr. Rajesh. Hello, ma'am. I think it's good evening over there. Can you hear me?
Not clearly. Exactly, I'm not able to understand the question.
Hello. Just a minute.
Can I have it in the chat box, please?
Just a minute. Ma'am, am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Ma'am, myself, I'm Dr. Rajesh. It was very wonderful session. And my interest is generally at the last part you mentioned about the narco analysis.
Yes.
How effectively we can take out the truth from the victims, or from the victims or the one who has done a crime, and how effectively we can use it in our law. Will it be considered valid, or it is just to get the information from the crime who was committed and collect the evidence?
Actually,
And how,
in our law, a person cannot be compelled to give any evidence against him or her. So we have to take the consent of the person first. If he allows, then only we can carry forward the test. And it is only this is not totally legally acceptable, but can be accepted as a corroborative test, as it is we just we cannot extract anything from a person which will make or compel him to say against him, which will go against him in the court. That's why it is not completely legal. Is it clear, sir? Is it okay? Am I audible? Any more questions?
Said when yes, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a part where you say yes, when you want to see if a person was sexually assaulted, right?
Yes. Yes.
They swipe for Now my question is, what if the person who assaulted used protection like a condom? So how are we going to know?
Okay, in that case, actually, in that format, there are details of, we have to mention the details of the history that he has used the condoms. We can see only the recent injury. If there is no injury in the genitalia, then we cannot say, or we cannot confirm by any pathological test. But other signs like the exchange of any bodily hairs or tissue, like in clothes, that can be found out if there is some altercation or the injury. They can suggest the forcible nature of the incident. But and if there is some if the victim has not experienced any sexual intercourse before, then there will be primarily injury in the hymen, and that can be seen in one that can be seen as a recent injury within 2 to 3 days. But once it is healed, we cannot say. If the duration is long, we cannot prove anything in the for semen sample, but it is only used as a corroborative evidence actually. So basically the primary evidence is the prima facie, and the report, it acts as a corroborative evidence in our system.
Okay, just once more, doctor, can you just go over if the assailant used a condom? Just list 1, 2, 3. What evidence would you look for of sexual assault in that case?
In absence, in what
Yes,
is
ma'am.
what is regarding the condom, that if it is used or not, or what?
Yes, if the condom is used.
Okay, then first of all, we can see about the primarily injury in the genitalia. If it is a if she is a virgin, then the injuries in other parts of the body, and that will suggest only. So I told again that it is a corroborative test. Primary evidence in our law system, if the female says that he has been assaulted sexually, and that is taken into consideration, and that carries more weightage.
Thank you. Just one more question, please.
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Prince Takundam Chekans, and I have a question regarding
Good afternoon.
something that was in the PowerPoint. You mentioned that 90% of the people who are sexually assaulted, it's usually due to close relatives. So, yeah, my question was, you also mentioned that if the person is under the age of 18, we
Yes.
need the consent of an adult or their guardian. Is what if the child who is under 18 wants to report their guardian that they sexually assaulted them, but they need the consent of the adult? How then do we deal with that particular situation?
Actually, for sexual assault or is permitted only after it means sexual intercourse permission can only be consent can only be given after adult age. So any case which come to us that is below 18, and if she wants to complain, even as a doctor also we have to, there are many cases of we see around 18 years they are already married, but in that case we have to inform the police and case is registered. If in many case of eloping cases also, like under 18 years they go away with their boyfriends, but and have relationship, but in that case also a case is filed, and the persons, the means their boys are arrested in that case also. So there is no chance that a minor is if somebody is complains or the female complains, or the child complains, then anyway, if she also agrees and goes herself for the relationship, but later she complains that I was not interested, then the court thinks that she was not interested, and she cannot give the consent, and a case will be filed against the person.
Okay, I don't know if Dr. Sechi, you want to ask a question also? Okay, thank you so much. Sorry about that. Thank you. We'll move on. Thank you, Dr. Sechi, for joining us virtually. And
Welcome.
we'll move on to the next presenter.
Thank you.
Dr. Kaseketi once again.
Good afternoon once again. It's my rare privilege again to be introducing to you the second speaker to deliver the second keynote address. Dr. Ganashyam Sethi is a distinguished public health professional currently serving as the Regional Immunization Manager with UNICEF Eastern and Southern African Regional Office, ESARO, stationed with UNICEF Zambia. In this regional leadership role, Dr. Sethi supports multiple countries in strengthening immunization systems, shaping program strategies, and advancing UNICEF's mission to ensure every child is protected against vaccine-preventable diseases. With extensive experience in immunization program management, health system strengthening, and multi-sectoral coordination, Dr. Sethi provides strategic guidance to governments and partners on improving vaccine coverage, addressing immunization inequities, and enhancing outbreak preparedness. Dr. Sethi is recognized for his strong analytical skills and field-level insight and ability to translate complex public health challenges into actionable solutions. His leadership has contributed to the rollout of high-impact immunization strategies in diverse settings, including urban, rural, and hard-to-reach populations across the Eastern and Southern African regions. A compelling communicator and an advocate for equitable child health, Dr. Ganashyam Sethi brings to conferences a wealth of regional perspective, practical experience, and a deep commitment to ensuring that no child is left behind in access to life-saving vaccines. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, join me in welcoming Dr. Ganashyam Sethi to give the keynote address at this moment.
Thank you very much for the lovely introduction. I've never heard. And I assure you all, I'll not take much time. I know, you all are hungry. I'll not be between you and your meal. I promise. But as they say, God helps those who help themselves. So please be attentive. I will not take more than 15-20 minutes. To start with, what fascinated me when the senior management, they reached out to me that we want you to be one of the keynote speaker. And all the senior management here, the topic is so touching. It's actually in my heart. So that's why thank you very much. In fact, when you invited, I jumped. I was so happy to join you all. So it's my pleasure, honor, and absolute happiness to be here today. And before taking you to this topic of my topic research and innovation, let me share something. This is what fascinated me, and more so, who knows Albert Einstein? Rather, let me say, who doesn't know Albert Einstein? I think everybody knows. Do you know what is the definition of insanity? Anybody? It will take time. As per his version, he talked about insanity is doing the same thing over and over, again and again, expecting a different result. No, we have to break that silo. We have to break that, we have to go out of the box, think out of the box, do some innovation. So let me give you an example. What he did in his class, what after he said, this is the final exam. We will be giving you top questions. And the students were very anxious, they excited, they were serious. What kind of question? And please, you try to solve if you can. Here is the question. So here is the question. So he said, if you have a question paper, he said, write whatever you see. And the students, they were curious. They started writing. Long essay, everything. Then the time passed. He collected all the question paper, answer paper. He found there are stories about the big black dot, small black dot, they are lost, they are framed. They just started elaborating what they think. But at the end, do you know what the teacher said? He said, this is what we call what we choose to focus, it grows. Means, you see, we never see the white part. White part is the biggest part. But our mind went to the two tiny spots. Why I am saying what is the utility here? Please focus on what you focus and go. Just to give you, let me see how many of you are focusing me. Please intensely, though I am not that handsome, but see me, how I look like. Okay. Are you agree? Just 1 second, I will try how many of you are actually listening me, watching me. Please look intensively to me, my eyes. Okay? So whatever instruction I will do, you follow. Raise your finger, index finger. Please do that. Do that, everybody. Raise your index finger. Raise to the ceiling. Raise to your right side. Raise to your left side. Then touch your chin. And touch to your right side. Say that it's not the chin, it's a cheek. Do you know why? Jokes apart, what message? What happened? We have 5 senses. The vision is the best chance to see. We process it very fast, not the hearing. So, colleague, please focus me. See these slides. Okay. I will be sharing quickly what we do that. So, now my presentation will be on research innovation. That's how I will be sharing. I will not go to the theory class. I will be sharing some of the experiences that I work. I work more than 5 countries. I will be sharing some of the experiences. I hope that will be helpful to you all. So going to that, so this is what I am saying about the traditionally. Traditionally, we are often focused on the generating evidence. We do lots of researches, study, but we never make them from ideation, from conceptualization to the evidence, then impact. They say move from island of excellency to the sea of change. And this is the essence of that workshop. And these are the futuristic. I am so happy that I don't know what will be, the medicine, public health, information, management together in the innovation and the research. I will not take much time of you on elaborate all this thing, but to have this thing, you need to have a joint kind of session where medicine provides publicate the system, IT, and the precision and the management of structure and sustainability. So let me take you through what I have my experiences. This case study. Okay, this is innovation. So what happened? What are the common causes of maternal death, newborn death? You all know. But what we did, we tried a lot. We did something like this, that we push, then also we try to we try to both pull and push. Still you cannot able to achieve. So what we did, as they say, alone we can able to do. Then two people which they cannot do, alone you can do. That's why they call, don't do hard work, do smart work. So what is that smart work? I was just talking about that one. It's all about the story of my story about the Papua New Guinea. I will talk about briefly about what is this country. Those who are not gone there, I stayed there for a year. I'll tell you, give you that, and this is one of the remotest country. I'll tell you that two devices, two technology we have done that. I will be taking you through. One is about the newborn survival, another is the maternal survival. Then in Malawi, our neighboring country, about the vaccine excellence, how COVID-19 vaccines will improve, vaccine coverage, and Zambia. Now we are doing something called drive. Is direct delivery of routine universal vaccine and the commodity, how it is generating income for the youth and also help facilitate solar related agriculture. So this will be my presentation on that. So let's move on to Papua New Guinea. This is very remote place. They call land of unexpected. Anything can happen anytime, and you can see they are so close to Australia. It's around 160 kilometers, but very far away from the health and the social indicators. So they call there is a two world within the country. The world that you see is only 5%. 5% people enjoy all these things, but the majority, if you see, where are they? They are in the very remote, very rural area, and still they are using carry the non-license they are carrying like that. And if you see the health and the social indicator, this is the second largest island. And who is the first largest island in the world? You all know, I will not discuss. Most diverse country, lot of indigenous languages, and if you see the Human Development Index, it is one of the lowest. So are the ranking, very unsafe for the women to live. So they say this is very out of just this is out of what I say. It's not reality, but they say if everything is all negative, do anything positive there. They say ask me. So I say yes, positive is there. I mean, what is that? Only positive here, very positive. As they say, that is also usually issue there. So I will not discuss more. So now with this background of Papua New Guinea, what have we done? For newborn and child, they say if it is successful in Papua New Guinea, it can be successful anywhere in the world. So what is that? Moving on, this is about the maternal and newborn baby. So you all know what are the causes. I am not going to take you, but what the underlying factor is hypothermia. Hypothermia, low temperature is the commonest cause of newborn death, your underlying cause. And now the question is how to diagnose. This is what we say that early recognition and prompt management improves survival. But question is how to know hypothermia. Hyperthermic increased temperature you can know, but hypothermia is required a special thermometer technique, lot of effort. That's why it's very difficult. So what we did, we introduced something called a hypothermia alert device. You know, this is called, they be colloquially. In a Papua New Guinea language, they called broken English, means do not talk to a house with a house. Similarly, they call baby cold filler. And this is the baby cold filler, as you can see. We did that filler. What is that? How this works? Let me just show one video until sound system is connected. No? No? Not there. My system. Huh? How do you no, I'll take it. No? Okay. We are talking about technology, it's a technological hiccup. So no issue. How it works? Maybe. Hello. Okay, so how this works? Let me just explain you. So very simple. So what happens? This crop, once you pull it, it will start, and you tie it in the ring of the baby. There is a blue light will come every time. If there is a blue light, then the child is fully normal. We work. Okay. And if it turns orange, like the color there, that means here also. So if we that means there is something problem. The temperature is low. So what happens? The mother or father father, whoever they are, they will start doing kangaroo mother care. They will try to increase the temperature by putting the baby on skin to skin contact. After 1 year, hours, if the temperature doesn't comes normal, means it's not comes blue again, that means there is something serious. The child has to be referred. This is that simple. So what happened? We pilot that. These are the results we achieve. So what happened? The parents, they started doing more kangaroo mother care. The male member, we call super dad. We created 47% of the dad as super dad. And you see how they started doing it, kangaroo care. And the babies, they gain weight, and of course, the early detection of the infection. So this is small one. I do remember the BBC team, they came to me. Do you know how they describe this as it's a more older, expensive than Rolex. This one. Thank you very much. So let's move on. Moving on, and so moving on to our mother, because it's not. Let's move to mother. Mother is if mother dies, what is the survival rate of the baby to survive? Any guess? There are 43% chance that the baby will die. That means you need to care the first mother. And do you know what are the causes? You all know, around 50% caused by postpartum hemorrhage, means immediate bleeding immediately after delivery. So now there are a lot of ways to stop. But one thing which we piloted is something called non-pneumatic anti-shock garment. So this is a garment used by the NASA astronauts when they were going to space. It's a very simple, fast device, very low cost. And made of neoprene and Velcro. Looks like a lower half of the wood chip. What it does, when you tie it, it prevents blood to go to the lower limb, rather speeder blood for the heart, lungs and vital organ. That is basically what it does. So this is what device works. As I said, it prevents blood flowing to the lower extremity, rather keep the blood to the upper. So it reverses shock. It stabilizes slogan in hyperbolic shock, getting to, voting for and receiving the definite treatment. Then you would see that again there is a video. This is the initial one. Here we talk about the 300,000 women die each year, and out of that 50% imagine because of the maternal because of the postpartum hemorrhage. And now this has been, you see, this is what I let me pause here for your you see, the number, just you have to tie it. You just tie it, and it's not rocket science, everybody can do it. And then refer the mother, for 72 hours, you can prevent the mother being hypovolume shock, going to the shock and death. So this is what let me, because it's not working, let me go away. Then our neighbor country, when I was in Malawi, COVID-19 vaccination, there are lot of rumors. People are afraid of taking it. So first vaccine, I think in Zambia also, it is the president, His Excellency, who took it, and we use that photo. You see, here is the photo of the president displaying, and we did something called COVID-19 vaccine express. I do remember, people, they are not coming to the health facility to receive the vaccine. Rather, when we go with a team, with a drama team, they are doing all the drama, the team, they are convincing people, they come forward and try to take the vaccine. And it's not only, only the kind of only big talk. We also utilize the motor vehicles and also the small ambulances. Even I have seen there are very few some use their personal vehicle to vaccinate. So this is a kind of motion that we did that, and then you see the increase, the steep rise increasing in the vaccination coverage of COVID-19. Then moving on, something which we are currently doing in Zambia, it's called Dry Food Project. This is for the healthcare delivery last mile innovation for NLC. So what we are doing, we are giving the motorcycle to we call community health volunteer. They are volunteers from the community. So we are asking them, 10 days they will be delivering the vaccine, private healthcare commodity to the remote place, and 20 days they will be using that for income generation. So that's what with the model is what we are doing, and why we do that? Because of this problem. There are a lot of problems in the remote inaccessible area where the health workers they couldn't deliver vaccine. So this is what the model is, the service delivery and social enterprise model. So I'll not describe it, but it's generating income as well as providing services. That's why this importance of this one. It moved me. I visited one remote. Do you know what he said? This actually touched my heart. He said that finding a job in the was always a struggle for me. But thanks to the right project, my life has taken a meaningful turn. Now, not only do I feel a deep enterprise in contributing to my community by delivering vaccine, but I'm also able to support my family financially. This opportunity has really changed my life for the better. We are hoping more and more donor income, and we will try to expand this initiative to all across the country. And this is my last slide. I will try to finish by saying that this is what the O forward or our last slide. As we look forward, our challenge is not innovation, it's about integration and scale. Innovation anybody can do. But we need to integrate, as the topic said, that we need to collaborate with each and everybody and scale. We need multi-sector ecosystem that connects universities, government, private sector, for nurturing African-born, locally born solutions. And this is exactly what Texila University is doing, bringing all the big brain and intelligent brain together. Implemented research must be institutionalized so that every pilot become evidence, every evidence become policy. That's what we want. And that's for at least the policy makers they are here. Finally, as a technology, to be applied, equity must be remain the core theme. You cannot forget the remote, inaccessible who stay there. That's why I always say that the future of public health is collaborative, powered by technology and guided by equity. And this is my favorite say. I always say this is African program. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go fast, go together. And this is another one with my professor. When I was very young, medical, he used to say, when I asked, that time there are a lot of discussion about whether the destination is beautiful or the journey. I don't know how many of you believe with the destination journey. I asked the same question to my professor. Professor, what is the beautiful? The journey or the destination? Do you know what he said? He said, it's all about which way we are walking. The journey will be beautiful. Thank you very much for the giving opportunity to me.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful and humorous presentation. Any questions from audience? Please come forward.
Yes,
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Professor, for that. My question is that you showed how so I found of issues of climate change is also contributing where we cannot climate change. That's my question. So yes, thank you very much. Okay. Any more questions? We'll answer together.
Good afternoon, sir. Looking at the group work, this is very interesting. When you are giving us the figures on Papua New Guinea, and I looked at the figures, so alarming. I look at 200,000 deaths, and then we look at 6,000 deaths. That's quite a huge number. And then we said with the introduction of the kangaroo treatment, I would love to hear, maybe I missed, how the improvement was statistically. So how did we improve? How did the death rate fall? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's proof that you all are listening, and I'm very happy. It's a very that but just, I am now in public health by maybe accidentally, but I am a pediatrician and neonatologist. You all know that. Accidentally I am here. But anyway, sometimes accident is good. So what happened? If there is, you all know kangaroo mother care is a proven, evidence-based, low-cost strategy for improving child survival. How it does? How this device is doing improving kangaroo mother care? Very, very interesting story. Actually, it will take more than 2 days to explain my stories. And eventually it was documented by CBC, Atlanta, the case. So what happened? Because this device, if the temperature falls, the device not only gives a color, but also it rings. It's so annoying. Nobody, it's like calling me, pick me. The baby is calling like that. So unless until you put the baby on the chest, the temperature maintain it will not stop. So that's what happened. Behavior. It increases the chance of kangaroo mother care, the mother and baby too. One of the stories the father said. He said, I never ever touched the baby. So what happened? My wife was not there. She wants to take bath. I saw this child, the alarm is beeping. So I waited. I was looking for my wife. She was not there. Then I started putting it. When I started putting, believe me, I felt the sense, my fatherhood. That is the first thing, why do you carry the mobile always? Because it is helpful. It is
So once you made it simple, usable, they start doing it. So now, coming to the temperature, what happened? You know, for the newborn, particularly premature baby, maintenance of temperature is so important. Again, what they will do? They will try to maintain that temperature automatically by their own by consuming all the energy. If they consume all the energy, they will not grow. If you will maintain that temperature, they will grow. Very simple. That is about the KMC statistically very significant. We did it. And if you not only KMC as the facility, also community increases. That is the result. And our climate actually is a big topic. I don't think we will do. But I do remember when Abraham Lincoln once said, don't talk about what the nation is doing for you. Talk about what are you doing. So what I am doing in my organization is that we are switching off lights, there is an auto light system. You enter the office, enter out, the light will switch off. That is solar system there, that is a lot of things. So all I'm saying that I may not be able to say you what the UN globally doing, you can Google, you can do it there, but definitely in our office here, we have the UN office, it's very climate friendly. And one of my initiatives is we are solarizing more than 350 health facilities, which will give clean energy for the health facilities. I think that is, I can say that may not be complete, but Google it, see how much globally you need to do. Thank you.
Any more questions? Mr. Mfoze. Okay. Good afternoon. Yeah, so to me, that gadget seems to be a very helpful gadget. And I was just reading through my research and I came across a study that was done in Zambia and showed that 18,000 babies died as a result of hypothermia. So I think with your coming here and your influence, I'll be glad if you could introduce that gadget here. It would really help, especially young mothers that having babies for the first time. They may not actually tell those signs when the baby has a fever or temperature. So I think that would really help alleviate the number of babies that are dying as a result of hypothermia. Thank you. Any more questions?
I'm really suppressing myself to comment because it's been a very exciting presentation. I too am a pediatrician and a neonatologist, and I stepped out to WHO doing the immunization story. But when I came back home, we worked with communities that we didn't use technology. And this is what's exciting me about your presentation and the comment from the last speaker. And we realized that the community could save more lives than we sitting at neonatal intensive care units. And it was work funded by UNICEF. We didn't have so much technology, but what we used was their head knowledge. We taught them 2 signs to help them make diagnoses. So for instance, for infection, we said maybe fever or low temperature with one other sign. And it was very simple. So they were able to make the diagnosis and take action And so I really like the comment, that's what triggered me, the comment that came from, why don't we add the technology? Because they already might be trainable. We showed that they were trainable. And this work, I think, also was shown in India and in the eastern part of the world, that community-based health workers actually make a huge difference to newborn lives. This is work we did for UNICEF, and maybe I can chat with you a little more after this. So thank you so much in the way you presented this huge leap for the baby. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You began speaking without introducing yourself.
My name is Mary Shilaluki Ngoma. I'm professor of pediatrics at UTH. I was sent here by my dean to come and listen to you.
They don't go from little boys, do they? She will not remember me. It's my 5th year pediatrics rotation. Thank you. We are here.
That's how I always say that pediatricians are very intelligent.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Dr. Wellington Simango. I'm a member of staff academics at Texila University. Two questions. I didn't hear your comments. First of all, I need to comment that it's a very innovative piece of device. I just wanted to find out, I didn't hear a comment on the success rate that it has had since it was introduced. And secondly, I noticed that it's usually put on the hand. Okay, so when we put that into consideration, we are majorly talking about temperature. So how has the device accounted for incorporating cold temperature as an important measure of overall body temperature? Answer that question.
You can answer that. We'll look for other question.
Okay. Any more? Is it a or you're just stretching yourself? Ah, okay. Good afternoon, sir. That you have presented to us. My question for you is, I don't know if I missed it in your presentation, but what is the actual cost of such a device? Yeah. Any more? Okay, please resist stretching yourself. I think that's also.
Yeah, maybe these two, thank you very much. Very, very technical question that about peripheral and core temperature. Actually, when we started, you know something, we all know how the research started. We do something called specificity and sensitivity study. And now they have an AI system where it captures also the core temperature. So we did the validation of initially putting actual thermometer versus this one. So that has been studied. There is a variation of around 0.25 something. Not very but very small variation which is not statistically significant. But we took note of that and we started from the research from the very beginning, doing the sensitivity and specificity during the validation. That we did that. About cost of the thing, I don't know, I'm talking about this we did in around 8 or 9 years back. As Madam said, that time I used to look after the marginal newborn part. Now I move to immunization. So if you Google then put DMPU, you'll get all this cost everything. At that time, it was around $22 when we started. One. Thank you.
I think we have closed this session.
Question. Oh.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your nice presentation, sir. I hope the audience voice says that like it has reached, as you said, it reached 100% to all of us. Thank you. So, being an administrator, my question is, how the like the private partners like us, a research university doing researches with public health, we have numerous public health students in doing masters and PhD with us. They can apply for any financial funding support or research collaborative support with UNICEF. Do you have any platform or pathway for that one? Hopefully this will guide us like to take further.
Yeah, no, if you see WHO, UNICEF, UN website where they this research and innovation, and but here usually we support majorly India. That part maybe there will be a forum where you can, because there are lot of medical colleges institution here, they can collaborate and they can do that. We are supporting a lot to the Unja. Maybe if there will be any opening, we'll let you know. We can discuss that. Thank you.
Dr. Seth, as you have seen yourself, your presentation has generated a lot of interest, and I think there will be also an opportunity to catch up with you on many things over lunch. But at this particular time, we invite the Vice Chancellor to just come and give you a token of appreciation.
Documentation is very important. So we're looking for the photographer. Yes. I need to see it and show you. Is that we never say this is the end. And thank you very much once again, the senior management, everyone, for giving me this opportunity. I always tell to my wife who is here that when you will be with young people like you all, today you feel young. Do you know my age is reduced to maybe 2 to 3 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Seth. He is around, so you can catch up with him. Let me, before the next activity, the next break, let me, somebody, I think it's Dr. Naveen, he took away my notes. So let me just say, can I invite the representative for Airlink to come and say a few words. Airlink is one of our sponsors, as you can see, and thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honour to be here today. If you had told me 24 hours ago I would be addressing a medical conference, I would have laughed at you, but here we are. I must say I'm very, very impressed. This is not a field of my expertise at all, and it's been very, very interesting listening, particularly to the last speaker, the amazing things that are going on around the world, absolutely mind-blowing, and technology is playing part of that. Airlink, we are delighted to be a sponsor to this. We do supply internet to the university campus, and we have done for some time, and it's a great privilege to be here today. We are an internet service provider here in Zambia. We service people's homes, people's small businesses, right the way up to large businesses. Technology is something that's very deep in our hearts, and we do know, looking after several hospitals and dental facilities and so forth, what a role that reliable internet connectivity plays these days in maybe sending medical scans to India or South Africa for analysis and then back again. It's something that 30, 40 years ago would be unimaginable, and I really do think it is making a difference. Also in the rural areas, right around the world, the advent of these also make connectivity available in very, very remote places, on Earth in some cases, and this can only facilitate better medical advancement in rural communities, better communication, which I think is very, very important. So thank you very much for your attention this afternoon. A few leaflets down at the front, so if anybody is interested in contacting us for their home or their business, we'd be very, very glad to serve you. And please enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you. Also, my name is Andrew Shaw. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer of Airlink Broadband Limited. Thank you. Thank you, Airlink, one of our sponsors. Okay, so we are breaking for lunch now. It's one of the highlights of the conference. So here is what is going to happen for our invited guests and sponsors, Texila, members of staff and management. We will take our lunch in the upper room where we normally have our white coat ceremony, hungry, that's why. Where we normally have white coat ceremony, that's where we will have our lunch. So Mr. Daniel here is responsible for our invited guests, our sponsors, management, and members of staff. So we make our way to the upper room. For the rest of us and our students, we will pick our lunch packs from where we were having our tea this morning. Okay? So that is how we proceed. And then let's be back here by 14:30 for the next session. Okay? So if possible, I won't say anything about our invited guests, but for staff, I'll ask you to fast so that you can be here by 14:30. Our students and everyone else, if you to pick your lunch pack. You can even come back 2:30, 14:30, you sit down and have your lunch from here. Okay, so that we can carry on with the program. Okay, so insisting on 14:30 because again the next speaker is joining virtually from the United States. You know the differences in time zones, so we have to be punctual as much as possible. Okay, you are all welcome to lunch. Don't worry, I've already blessed the food. Enjoy your lunch.
Okay. Okay.
So, good afternoon, one and all. Welcome back to the seminar session. Now, keynote speaker 3, Dr. Srikanth Taluri from Dana-Farber Cancer Research Institute, Harvard Medical College, Boston, USA, will address, and he is going to deliver on genomic stability and other aspects. So, it's a great privilege to me to introduce about Dr. Srikanth Taluri, a postdoctoral researcher and a renowned cancer biologist and biochemist. So Dr. Srikanth Taluri majored in biochemistry during both his bachelor's and master's in India, where he developed a strong foundation in molecular biology and disease mechanism. He began his research career at Dr. Reddy's laboratories in pharmaceutical research and development, contributing to the development of novel anti-cancer small molecule kinase inhibitors, and an experience that sparked his long-term interest in tailored targeted cancer therapeutics. And Dr. Srikanth Taluri completed his PhD doctoral studies at the Schoolage School of Medicine and Dentistry, Western University, Canada, and where he investigated fundamental mechanism of cell cycle control and tumor suppression. And his doctoral work focused on defining the criteria role of the retinoblastoma tumor suppressor protein in regulating cellular senescence. And following his PhD, Dr. Taluri joined Dr. Munshi's multiple myeloma translational research group at the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, a principal teaching affiliate of Harvard Medical School, Boston, as a research fellow. Since joining in Dana-Farber Research Institute as a postdoctoral fellow, his research has centered on understanding the mechanisms that drive genomic instability in cancer and identifying the novel therapeutic targets, particularly in multiple myeloma. His works integrates molecular biology, cancer genetics, and translational research to advance precision therapies. In addition, Dr. Srikanth Taluri is closely involved in leading cutting-edge research projects in multiple myeloma and other cancers and malignancies, and plays an active role in training, supervising, and mentoring research fellows and at early cancer scientists at the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute and Harvard Medical School, Boston, USA. So with this, I'm glad to invite Dr. Srikanth Taluri to address our best gatherings. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that great introduction. And I would like to thanking the organizers for inviting me to be part of this annual conference at your college. So the title of my talk is Genomic Instability in Cancer, a Hallmark and a Promising Avenue for Novel Therapies. So the overview of my talk will be, I'll introduce genomic instability in cancer, what are the causes and consequences of it. And then I will talk about the approaches that we use to therapeutically target genomic instability in cancer. I'll give an example of our work we have done in one hematological malignancy, which is multiple myeloma, which is our primary research area focus. And I'll also introduce some things that we are doing in esophageal adenocarcinoma, which is a solid tumor. So to start with, way back in 2000, there is this review article by Dr. Weinberg and et al., who was considered one of the godfathers of cancer research. He's the one who identified oncogenes and tumor suppressors. It's titled The Hallmarks of Cancer. He defined what cancer is and what are the critical characteristics of all cancer cells, common things with cancer. So the primary thing among it is sustained proliferative signaling. They keep proliferating, even though there is no growth factor signaling, or they can self-sustain that proliferation. And then the proliferation itself is not enough. There are always checkpoints, which are growth suppressors in the cell that prevent cell from proliferating too much. which means the cancer should evade these growth suppressors as well. A great example of this kind of growth suppressor is P53, which is a tumor suppressor protein, which is lost in most tumors, or RB, retinoblastoma protein, which I worked on in my PhD. And then the other important thing is that they have to resist cell death. A lot of the times when cells over-proliferate, when they proliferate too much, the cell death mechanisms activate to stop them from becoming tumor. So cancer has to evade this cell death as well. And then there's one fundamental feature of all cells, which is called telomere shortening. When they replicate every cell division, the telomere length shortens with each division, and eventually it gets to a critical point where the cell can no longer continue to divide and enters a state called cellular senescence. So cancer cells have to evade this as well. So they found different mechanisms to do this, which is by overexpressing the enzyme called telomerase, which can lengthen the telomeres, or find alternative pathways to do it. And then these are the 4 important ones for primary tumor. But then tumors also become metastatic. They spread across into the different parts of the body. For those, it needs to also develop its own vasculature, blood vessels. So it does this by angiogenesis. So the tumor, as it grows big, it can actually build its own circulation so it can survive better. And through this circulation, it eventually escapes from the primary site, and then it establishes in different sites, which is called invasion and metastasis. Again, cancer has to be able to do it because the metastasis is the one that's actually more deadly than the primary tumor. So most cancers eventually metastasize, and that's when we diagnose it, and that's where it becomes very hard to treat. So 10 years down the line, in 2011, the same authors published the hallmarks of cancer, the next generation, which means in the decade following the first publication, we had better understanding of more mechanisms of how cancer progresses, and they updated their hallmarks with these 4 additional hallmarks, which is one of it is genomic instability and mutation, which is what I'm going to focus on in my talk. And then tumor promoting inflammation, which is shown to promote tumor progression, as well as 2 hallmarks, which is avoiding the immune system. So how does tumor cells avoid the immune system, right? So that's a key factor, and that's one area of great focus in cancer research nowadays, including in our lab, which I'm not going to touch, but which is immunotherapy, to activate the patient's immune system to fight the cancer cells better. And the other hallmark is cellular energetics or cellular metabolism, how cancer cells have a distinctive metabolism, and it helps them proliferate longer and be self-sustaining. So I'm going to focus on one hallmark, which is genomic instability. So just before that, so over the last 2 decades or so, most of the efforts to target cancer has focused on how to inhibit these hallmarks. So these are just some of the examples of different drugs that have been developed to target each one of these hallmarks. And in most cases in clinic, they use more than one, a combination of few of them, either to inhibit cell proliferation, at the same time also try to activate cell death, or inhibit metastasis, such and such. So if we go to genomic instability, so what is genomic instability? In broader terms, it's damage to the genome or damage to the DNA. But when you look deeply, there are multiple different kinds of damage that our genome that can happen to our genomes, which is the first one, let's say here, is single nucleotide variation, which is in common terms, we call it a mutation, a deleterious mutation, which is change of just one nucleotide, which is called a point mutation, or double-stranded breaks, single-stranded or double-stranded breaks, which, if not repaired properly, can lead to loss of DNA. And then numerical chromosomal instability, which is commonly called aneuploidy, where we have diploid set of chromosomes, two chromosomes, so a pair of chromosomes for each number. So total 40, autosomes 44 plus 2, sex chromosomes. But aneuploidy, in cancer, aneuploidy is a very strong feature of cancer, which I'll show in the next slide, where they have more than 2n number of chromosomes. If you have 3 copies of the same chromosome, normally we call it trisomy. If the whole set is duplicated or like have 3 copies, then it's called triploidy. If they have 4, it's tetraploidy, which is a feature of a lot of cancers. And then small copy number alterations, which is amplifications or deletions, which is also a common feature in lots of these cancers. So genomic instability is a common or fundamental feature of most, if not all, cancers. So this is just a slide showing metaphase chromosomes stained with the technique called spectral karyotyping, where each chromosome is colored differently so you can identify them, and then you can identify changes to it. So a normal cell, you have these 22 pairs of chromosomes plus the sex chromosomes. Whereas in tumor cell, this is a breast cancer tumor cell. As you can see, there's loss of chromosomes, gain of chromosomes. For example, chromosome 3, there's 3 copies, whereas 17, 10, they have 4 copies. As well as in the bottom, what it is showing is translocations, where, for example, this chromosome, it's a mix of 5, 1, and 5. So it's a chimeric chromosome. So tumor cells have these kind of genetic instability. So what causes this genome instability? So in general, you can define causes of DNA damage or genome instability as intrinsic and extrinsic. Intrinsic are the cellular factors. For example, the damages or errors that occur during replications, for example, replication stress, or if there are any mutations that occur during this process and the key enzymes or proteins that regulate replication, DNA repair, cell cytokinesis, chromosome segregation, if they are defective, then it causes defects in the genome, which is propagated to the daughter cell, and eventually it can lead to cancer. The other kinds of DNA damage is extrinsic, which is we are exposed to lots of these toxic agents during our day-to-day life, or depending on your profession, like radiation, and lots of chemotherapeutics are also DNA damaging agents as well as ultraviolet light in sunlight. So these cause lots of these damages that I mentioned before, single strand breaks, double strand breaks, or adducts. But in general, most people do not get cancer. Why? Because we have various mechanisms, DNA repair mechanisms, that repair these defects. So there's multiple repair mechanisms that to repair different kinds of defects. So they're properly repaired before the cell divides so that the damage is not propagated. And for example, the double-stranded break, which we focus a lot on, which are very deleterious because if they're not properly repaired, it can lead to loss of chromosomes, segregation errors, and so on. So cell has multiple ways to repair these double-strand breaks. For example, there are 2 main mechanisms, which is called non-homologous end joining, and the other is homologous recombination. Non-homologous end joining is the mechanism that's most prevalent in the cell because it doesn't need a homologous chromosome to pair. And but it's more error prone because it just joins both the ends together without repairing the damaged portion. It doesn't know how to fill in the gap which was damaged. But homologous recombination is a more high fidelity repair where it uses the homologous chromosome to repair the damaged portion. So it's much more accurate DNA repair mechanism. But when these DNA repair mechanisms fail, either by loss of the proteins or mutations, or in some cases that we have found when they are hyperactive. Cancer cells have a lot of spontaneous damage going on, so they also upregulate a lot of these repair mechanisms. Well, the problem is a lot of the times the repair mechanisms, while trying to repair, they can also inadvertently cause damage, because a lot of these proteins have recombinase activity or nuclease activity, which is required for the repair, but as a side effect, it can actually cause damage during the process. In a normal cell, it's very high fidelity because cell stops dividing, repairs its damage, and then continue. If it cannot repair the damage properly, it will die. But problem with cancer cells is they do not stop, and then the cell death mechanisms are inactive. So even though they have a lot of damage, they continue trying to divide, and if the repair doesn't catch up with it, or if it tries to do it very fast, it can lead to more errors, which will cause more genomic instability. So what would be the consequence of this genomic instability, right? So chromosomal instability, it's generally used as an alternative for genomic instability, but it's part of genomic instability. So in general, what does genomic instability cause? It causes this thing called intratumoral heterogeneity, which means although cancer cells most likely arrived from a single clone, one cell, eventually they become very heterogeneous because every time they divide, the daughter cell acquires a new damage, new mutation. So the daughter cell is no longer exactly the same as the parent cell, and then this keeps happening over time. So eventually the tumor becomes very heterogeneous, which means it is multiclonal. So people determine this initially by collecting samples from different parts of the same tumor or the primary tumor versus the metastatic tumor. And they notice that those appear to be very different clones with different driver mutations and different genomic damage. Recently, we started doing it at single cell level using sequencing technologies have improved a lot over the last 5-10 years. So you can do single cell DNA sequencing, single cell RNA sequencing, where people found that these tumors are highly heterogeneous, multiclonal. In general, in our own experience, when we sequence tumors, we find anywhere from 5 to 10 major clones. And then within those major clones, you will see tens of subclones, which gives it very high heterogeneity. So what is the consequence of this heterogeneity? In general, in evolution, if the population has more diversity, it survives any external stress better. It evolves better because it can handle, there is always one individual or one entity that can actually handle that stress. So the heterogeneity helps cancer adapt to different stress environment. For example, when we treat them with different drugs, even though most of the tumor cells will die, there will be one small clone that is resistant to that drug and it survives, and that's what actually eventually causes relapse and a resistant tumor. So this is one of the reasons of this multi-drug resistance. And then it also helps them to evade its primary site and then escape it, metastasize into distant sites so that it can adapt to the new environment. If it has that heterogeneity, some of them would eventually succeed to adapt to the new environment and eventually become a metastatic tumor. So the theory of how genomic instability can also contribute to cellular transformation is it's generally considered as a helper but not an initiator. But in general, in hereditary cancers, it's the chromosomal instability that initiates the cancer, and then eventually you get a tumor. So overall, all these features of chromosomal or genomic instability will poorly affect patient outcome in the clinic. So it is a very important concept of tumors, and then it's important to understand what drives this genomic instability and how can we actually stop it or inhibit it therapeutically. So as a therapeutic target, genomic instability, people have already been studying it for a while. So in general, the two common approaches people take is to induce more DNA damage, because cancer cells already have an unstable genome, a lot of DNA damage. If you induce more damage with the chemotherapy drugs, the classic drugs like 5-fluorouracil or Paxils or even DNA damaging agents, they are all cisplatin, for example, or induce DNA damage. And then the damage becomes too much that the cancer. The other approach is to inhibit this hyperactive DNA repair pathways. So if you inhibit DNA repair pathways, again, the same thing, it's failure to repair damaged DNA because there's a lot of spontaneous damage in the cancer cells. It will eventually lead to cell death. So one of the caveat with these things is, so the cytotoxic drugs, although they do kill most of the cancer cells, whatever cells that eventually survive are highly resistant, highly aggressive, and they cause very bad relapse, which is hard to treat. Also, a lot of these cytotoxic drugs, because they're DNA damaging agents, they will also damage normal cell genomes, and then that can lead to secondary tumors. So the approaches we use in our lab is either this generally people have shifted from these cytotoxic agents mostly for cancer treatment towards more targeted therapies these days. And then inhibiting DNA repair is one of the approaches used in synthetic lethality, where we target PARP, so with PARP inhibitors in BRCA1, BRCA2 mutated tumors, for example. So we also target DNA repair pathways. So one, to induce cell death, also not to increase genomic instability in the surviving cell so that we won't get relapse faster. The other thing is we want to identify drivers of genomic instability, novel drivers of genomic instability using integrated genomics approaches so that we can identify new targets and eventually target them in clinic. So I'm going to give you two examples, as I said. One is a hematological malignancy called multiple myeloma. Multiple myeloma is a malignancy of terminally differentiated plasma cells. Plasma cells are antibody-producing cells. So in immunology, if you studied antibody diversity, you know that plasma cells, during their differentiation into these terminally differentiated plasma cells, they undergo this somatic hypermutation as well as class switch recombination to become these plasma cells, which produce a monoclonal antibody. It's a key part of our adaptive immune system. So it's the second most common hematological malignancy after Hodgkin's lymphoma. And multiple myeloma has distinct phases. So it has an asymptomatic, it starts from like germinal center B cells when they migrate to the bone marrow. If the clonal plasma cells arise at this stage, it's still not very symptomatic. It is called MGUS, which is called monoclonal gammopathy of undetermined significance. You can still see some monoclonal antibody if you look for it, but in general, it's a benign stage. About 1 to 2% of the patients go to the next stage, progress to the next stage. Rest of them, they do not progress to cancer. But even at this early stage, they have a lot of genomic instability. So they have these translocations with the immunoglobulin heavy chain region, as well as there is this phenotype. Half of the myeloma patients roughly have this thing called hyperdiploidy, where odd number of chromosomes, we have trisomy of odd number of chromosomes like 3, 5, 7, 9, etc. And then some of the patients, when they progress to this intermediary phase called smoldering multiple myeloma, and then which eventually some of them progress to this multiple myeloma. And then when the multiple myeloma burden is so high, eventually the cells escape the bone marrow, which is their natural niche. come into the peripheral blood, which will manifest as plasma cell leukemia. So during this progression, these clonal plasma cells become malignant plasma cells by acquiring these secondary genetic events. A lot of copy number abnormalities, increase in mutation load, and overall genomic instability. So we sequence a lot of these genomes that we get from the patients. So what I'm showing here is exome sequencing, which is sequencing of expressed part of the genome that will code for proteins. On x-axis is different patients. On the y-axis is number of mutations. As you can see, most patients have on average about 50 to 100 mutations. Some patients have very high. We have done that eventually later on in whole genomes. So when you sequence whole genomes, the average mutation number would be in thousands, about 2,000 to 3,000, depending on the patient. And then the mutation number increases at relapse. This is a much aggressive tumor. They have more mutation burden. So we can analyze the mutations and look for the patterns in those mutations. So it was originally developed, that method was developed in Sanger Institute in London. So where you can actually characterize these mutational patterns, we call it mutational signatures. Those signatures are unique to different things that cause them. Depending on a DNA damaging agent, it's a different signature. For example, age itself has a signature, mutation signature. So if you sequence genome of a healthy young person versus an older individual, so the cells have more mutations in general. A lot of those mutations are in the CPG islands, which is characterized as age-related signature, which is normal. But some of the mutational signatures are caused by toxic agents or DNA damaging things that are happening in the cell. One of the examples of that is this thing called ApoBec signature. So what we identified in our samples is one of the biggest signature is called an ApoBec signature. So what is this ApoBec? ApoBec is an acronym for a family of genes. It's called apolipoprotein B mRNA editing enzyme catalytic polypeptide-like. So the name comes from this original discovery of this ApoBec protein, which was originally identified as an RNA editing enzyme. So this is found to edit apolipoprotein B mRNA. But then number of different family members were identified. One of the very well-known family member is AID, which is called activation-induced deaminase, which is very important for the antibody diversity I was talking about for somatic hypermutation and class switch. And our plasma cells, which are the source of the multiple myeloma, have undergone this process. So they also show this AID signature as well, which means it's a side effect of AID function. And then afterwards, there's this family of subfamily of these ApoBec proteins, which are ApoBec 3 family of proteins, 3A, B, C, D, F, G, H, were identified. So they were originally identified as for their role in antiviral immunity, or that's their primary cellular role, where when we have viral infections, these proteins detect the viral DNA, mutate it, cause mutations in the viral DNA, and inhibit their proliferation. So it's part of our innate immunity against viral infections. But cancer cell hijacks these proteins. You see an overexpression of these proteins in a lot of cancers. And then they start acting on our cellular DNA, which is not their natural target. But then it starts causing mutations, and the cell adapts to these mutations, which increases its clonal diversity, and it becomes more genomically unstable. So the general, I'll go through just briefly the mechanism of how the ApoBec proteins work. Basically, what they do is they just deaminate cytosine or cytidine or deoxycytidine into either uridine or deoxyuridine. So by removing the amino group. So what this causes is, so it changes from C to uracil. So on the middle is what a normal cell will do. So uracil is excised by this enzyme called uracil DNA glycosylase, which creates an A basic site. It's recognized by this enzyme that recognizes these A basic sites, cuts there, and then the repair enzymes will come, repair, ligate. Now the cell is normal, the DNA is normal. But if the cell doesn't stop, it keeps replicating with this damaged DNA. A lot of these polymerases will wrongly recognize this uracil as thymine, and then it can cause the C to T transitions. Or depending on the polymerase that is used, if it goes to translation synthesis, it can cause transversions. Or if these DNA breaks after these endonuclease cleaves are not repaired in time, they can remain as single strand breaks, or they can be double strand breaks. And if these double strand breaks are close enough, multiple double strand breaks eventually will cause deletions and loss of even full arm of chromosome as well in euploidy. So what we did is we looked at the expression of these ApoB3 family of proteins. As you can see, it's the different ApoB proteins, and the expression is shown on the y-axis. A number of these ApoB3 family of proteins are highly expressed in multiple myeloma patient samples. This was RNA sequencing done in roughly 400 myeloma samples. So we worked on a bunch of these proteins. I'm going to show you the data we did on ApoB3G protein. So we also validated this using PCR in normal plasma cells from healthy donors, or multiple myeloma plasma cells, or cell lines. And as you can see, the expression is very high compared to normals. Not just that, because it's an enzyme, we also looked at the activity of this enzyme in these cells. As you can see, again, cancer cells all have very high deaminase activity compared to normal plasma cell lysates, suggesting that ApoB3G is highly expressed, it's highly active, and it's potentially causing deleterious mutations and DNA damage in myeloma cells. So then we asked, if we inhibit this ApoB3G, deplete it, can we actually reduce this DNA damage? So what we did is we took these myeloma cell lines, two different cell lines, knocked down ApoB3G using shRNA, which is called short hairpin RNA. It's a complementary sequence to mRNA. It goes to binds to mRNA at that location and then targets it for degradation. So no mRNA, no protein. So we validate that the shRNA is working. We use two different shRNAs, 1 and 2. And then we collected lysates to look for markers for DNA damage, which is, one of it is called gamma H2AX, which is a phosphorylated form of a histone variant, which goes and binds to damaged DNA. So it's used as a marker for DNA damage. So as you can see, and we did Western blot, where we show that when you knock down ApoB3G using two different shRNAs, the levels of this histone marker, DNA damage marker, goes down. We use GAPDH, which is a glycolysis housekeeping protein, as a loading control for our Western blots. So in both cell lines, the H2AX goes down. We show this with a different method, immunofluorescence microscopy, where you stain the cells with the antibody for H2AX tagged with a green fluorescent protein. As you can see in control cells, it's very brightly stained, whereas in ApoB knockdown cells, you see a decrease in this damage. And this is just DAPI, which stains the whole nuclei so that you can tell where the cell is. So if you do this in a normal cell, you would not see these green dots as much. You would only see very faint staining, because normal cells, the damage is very low. But in most cancer cells, when you stain with H2AX, they all have very high damage. But what we show is inhibiting ApoB3G reduces this damage. So we have done lots of different experiments to characterize it. And one I'm showing is we did a long-term study where we knocked down ApoB3G in these myeloma cells, cultured them for about 3 weeks, and then sequenced the genomic DNA from these cells to look for genome-wide damage. So these are called Sarkois plots. So what it's showing here is just the chromosome 1, 2, 3, so on. And then the dots are single nucleotide variants or mutations. And the color of each dot is these different changes. And the lines connecting different chromosomes are translocations. As you can see in control cells, there are lots of mutations and translocations as well. When you look at the knockdown cells, the number of the dots significantly go down, which means they have accumulated less mutations, as well as translocations too. We also found that insertions and deletions also go down, suggesting that depletion or knockdown of ApoB3G reduces genomic instability as a whole. We also then looked at what happens to cell proliferation. Is ApoB3G can also inhibit myeloma cell growth. So what we found is indeed it actually can inhibit cell growth as well. So what we are showing here is a proliferation assay done over 5 days, taking a reading every 2-3 days, etc. So the green line is a control cell, which is growing over time. And all the other bars are knockdown cells with different shRNA. So as you can see, all of the shRNA to varying degree inhibit the proliferation of these cells or growth of these cells, suggesting inhibiting ApoB3G not only reduces genomic instability, it also appeared to reduce cell proliferation as well. So we have done some experiments to determine the mechanism of how it works, and we found that it acts through P27, which is a tumor suppressor protein and a cell cycle inhibitor. So that's something we ongoing research. So overall, what I've shown you is that by targeting genomic instability by this protein, which induces DNA mutations and damage, we can actually inhibit myeloma cell growth. So we, along with our collaborators, are working on trying to develop small molecule inhibitors of ApoB proteins, not just 3G. Other people have worked on ApoB3B, which is more common in breast cancer and other tumors as well, to develop small molecule inhibitors of these enzymes. And then finally, I'm going to talk briefly for a few slides about esophageal adenocarcinoma. So adenocarcinoma of esophagus is the most common form of esophageal cancer in US, and it comprises about 8 out of 10 cases, according to the NCI. It is formed in the glandular cells in the lining of the esophagus. So esophageal adenocarcinoma also goes through distinct phases, where it starts as this Barrett's esophagus, which is non-dysplastic, and then eventually some of them grow to low-grade dysplasia, high-grade dysplasia, and eventually to carcinoma. And as it's shown in this cartoon, so the Barrett's esophagus, or a benign tumor, has roughly about 1.2 mutations per megabase, whereas the intermediate stages have on average 5 mutations per megabase, whereas the carcinoma has 10 or greater. And then this progression is also accompanied by accumulation of secondary mutations, loss of heterozygosity at P16 locus, or loss of 17p where P53 is, as well as acquisition of more mutations in driver genes, oncogenes. So overall, the genomic instability, aneuploidy, goes up when cancer progresses, and then that increases the risk of it becoming a carcinoma. So we wanted to identify novel drivers of genomic instability in these cells. So this is a busy slide, but I will go through it slowly. So on the left side is basically the approach we took. So we took publicly available data sets from TCGA. So these are adenocarcinoma patient samples, the tumor sample with matched normal healthy controls, control DNA. So our criteria is to get the samples that have 3 different distinct data, so that we can integrate this genomic data. One is expression of all the genes. So either microarray or RNA sequencing data. And then it should also have copy number data. So people used to look at copy numbers using array CGH or SNP profiling. So the copy number data will give you number of gains and losses. in each patient. So the x-axis is patients, and these are just basically amplifications and deletions plotted on y-axis. And then we also wanted survival data for these patients. So the data sets that have all these, right? So we integrated this data. So what we looked at is correlation between expression of different genes and genomic instability as measured by copy number. So high expression of genes, high expression of which genes correlate with high copy number, high genomic instability, as well as poor patient prognosis. So it's a correlation, but it suggests that these genes might be involved in driving genomic instability, and it could actually lead to poor prognosis. That's a theory. It's a correlation, but we eventually proved it in experiments, the cause and effect relationship. So using this approach, we identified, this Venn diagram shows 31 genes whose high expression correlates with high genomic instability and poor patient prognosis. So we further validated these genes using other independent data sets, and then we shortlisted some of them to do functional validation as well as in-depth biological studies. On the right side, when you categorize the normal patients, which is the blue bar, all these patients down here are low-risk patients and high-risk patients from adenocarcinoma patients. You can see, so the color coding is, it's blue if the expression is low of the given gene here, all the 31 genes. If it's blue, it's low, red, it's high. As you can see, the normals have very low expression of these genes, whereas the high-risk patients have very high expression of these genes, suggesting that these genes are highly correlated with high-risk disease as well. So we finally, we shortlisted 3 key genes that are top of our list, which has these 3 genes called TTK, TPX2, and RAD54B. So TTK is a kinase, and TTK and TPX2 are involved in mitosis, and RAD54B is a DNA repair protein, which is a helicase. It aids RAD51, regular RAD51 in homologous recombination and other repairs. So I will show you just one data slide where we tested the efficacy of inhibiting these using shRNA. In vitro studies. The panel A is an in vitro study that I've showed before, which will look at cell proliferation over 7 days. So the control cells grow, whereas the knockdown of either of these genes will inhibit cell growth. We also tested the same things. We took these cells, did a xenograft experiment where you take immunocompromised mice and then inject these cells subcutaneously under the skin of these mice. And so as you can see, the control cells grow into a tumor over time, about 3 weeks, whereas the knockdown cells show much slower growth, suggesting that these could be good targets to inhibit multiple myeloma in the clinic. So TTK is a kinase, so it's easy to develop inhibitors with it. So we are working with a company to develop inhibitors of this TTK kinase to translate into the clinic, either alone or in combination with existing drugs to improve therapeutic outcomes. So with that, I will conclude my talk. So genomic instability, as I've shown, is a common feature and a hallmark of all cancers, and it can act as a driver of cancer progression. And the integrated genomics approach, using a lot of DNA genomics data that we have available, we can identify novel drivers of genomic instability in cancers, not just these cancers, but any cancer. And then targeting drivers of this genomic instability is a novel approach to inhibit cancer growth and progression. So I finally would like to end my talk with thanking my group, my mentor, Dr. Munshi, as well as all the group members. So this is the hospital we work in, and the Harvard Medical School is a street behind us. And thank you for your attention, and I would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Dr. Srikant, for this wonderful session.
Thank
now
you.
the forum is open for questions if anyone is having. Any question?
Okay, I have a question. So I heard you say that if things like chemotherapy can cause what do you call it? Like mutations. Like is it, how intense is it? Because I see many people, even many women, talking about breast cancer, they're even afraid of such things because they think that it might increase their chance of them having the cancer or something like that. Like even they're afraid of X-ray and all that. So I don't know if my question is making sense, but to what extent does it cause mutation?
Well, in our own experience, what we have found is that for example, in myeloma, some of the patients get
in cancer, how it is going to affect? Dr. Srikanth?
Yes. So I was going to say, so in our own experience, right, when we looked at patients who hello, can you hear me?
Are you still there?
Yes. Hello. Can you hear
Dr.
me?
Srikanth?
Yes, I'm here. Hello. I can hear you. Hello. Hello.
Srikanth?
Yes,
Hello?
I can hear you. Hello.
Dr. Srikanth?
Hello. Yes.
Would you like to answer this question?
Yes, you hear me now? Do you hear me? Hello.
The question asked was how the chemotherapy and radiotherapy affects the mutation of cancer cells.
యా నేను మాట్లాడుతున్నాను మీకు వినిపియట్లా
Am I right?
నేను మాట్లాడుతున్నారా మీకు వినిపియట్లేదు I don't know. Hello, do you guys hear me?
Yes, we're able to hear you, Srikanth.
We are able to hear you. We hear you clearly, please.
Okay. Can I answer? Okay. So what I was going to say is, so in our own experience, what we have found is people who have treated with these chemotherapeutic drugs, for example, in myeloma, some of the patients who get hello. Hello. Okay. Okay, sure.
No, you can answer.
Okay. So sorry. So I was saying, so in our own experience, right, in myeloma patients, some of them who get stem cell transplants, so they get this drug called melphalan, which is a alkylating agent. So when we sequence genomes of patients who got melphalan versus patients who did not get melphalan, this is with a span of 5 years after their relapse, we found that the melphalan treated patients have more mutation burden compared to the non-treated ones. So suggesting that these drugs can increase DNA mutations and damage, but the extent of how much it would cause secondary cancers is still debatable because in general, cancer takes very long to come. So even though they do cause mutations, it's a balance, right? You want to treat the patients, but then some of the drugs we have side effects as well. Nowadays, that's why a lot of these drugs are not used as much, because we have alternative therapies and, for example, immunotherapy or other therapies. When they are not available, that is where people still use these chemotherapeutic drugs. But they do have some side effects. It's a balance. Let's treat the patient, but then we do have inevitable with cancer. Did I answer your question?
Thank you, Speaker. Any other question?
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is based on the molecular genetic makeup of the cancer cells. Like, is there a way of coming up with the tumor suppressor gene analog that can exactly act like the actual tumor suppressor genes that we have, just like we are able to make the PCR genes in the lab that can hence inhibit the uncontrollable proliferation of the cancer cells?
If I understand the question correctly, you're asking if we can activate tumor suppressor genes to inhibit cancer. Is that the question?
No, I was asking about the role of tumor suppressor genes.
Yes.
I think in vitro cells, like cell culture.
Yeah. So in general, if you do not have tumor suppressors, if the tumor suppressor is mutated or deleted, these cells generally proliferate faster, and they mainly, for example, if they lose p53, they do not die easily because the cell death pathways are compromised. So there's also lots of research that's going on, and people have showed it, where if you reactivate the lost p53, for example, now the cancer cells will start dying. So technically it's harder to activate a gene than inhibit it. That's why it's not there in the clinic yet, but people are trying hard to do this as well. So in cell culture, if you want to immortalize a cell line or create an immortalized cell line, you have to get rid of tumor suppressor gene, and just getting rid of one won't be enough. It takes multiple hits. But losing one would cause them to proliferate more, increases the propensity to become a cancer.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I ask one question?
Yes, please.
You mentioned about multiple myeloma, and I would like to ask you about the Benzene proteins and its class switching.
Yeah.
Hello.
Sorry, what was the question? Question
was Benzene proteins role in multiple myeloma.
Sorry, which protein?
Benzene.
I don't know much about it. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't work on. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Should I stop sharing?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Rekha, for joining with us for your wonderful and insightful lecture. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Naveen, I am ready. Can I share? Yeah. Naveen. I'll do just a minute.
Our next speaker is from India, Professor Rama Rao Kumar. So he is dealing with cancer biology lab. The detail or the CV of the speaker will be shared by Dr. Kasigati.
Good afternoon once again. So I'm privileged once more to introduce to us Professor Rama Rao Mala. Professor Rama Rao Mala is a distinguished researcher and academician with over 31 years of over 31 years in the field of biochemistry and cancer biology, serving in the Department of Biochemistry and Bioinformatics at GITAM University, Visakhapatnam, India, with a strong foundation built through a PhD from Andhra University and postdoctoral specialist, USA, University of Illinois, College of Medicine, USA. He has established himself as a leading scientist working at the interface of molecular oncology, biomarker discovery, and therapeutic development. With more than 100 peer-reviewed publications, he has made significant contributions to cancer stem cell biology, molecular signaling, gene regulation, radioprotective therapeutics, and precision medicine. His research focuses on molecular mechanisms of triple negative breast cancer, TNBC, where he has identified CD151 as a key diagnostic and prognostic marker, and advanced novel strategies such as CD151 derived peptide vaccines, PSA hydrogel-based drug delivery, and exosome-based biomarker discovery. Prof. Mala's laboratory is recognized for its expertise in RNA interference technologies, cell culture, cancer stem cell isolation, flow cytometry, and animal models, and diverse molecular biology techniques. He has successfully led research projects funded by DST and UGC DAE CSR. Widely honored for his contributions, he is recognized among the top 2% of scientists globally, Stanford University report, and is a recipient of distinctions such as the Best Researcher Award and Kaupa Career Award. He is a life member of several prestigious scientific bodies, including American Association of Cancer Research, USA, Indian Science Congress, and the Indian Association of Cancer Research. Through his sustained research excellence, innovation, and commitment to cancer therapeutics, Prof. Rama continues to play a significant role, in advancing cancer biology and improving approaches to the diagnosis and treatment of breast cancer. Ladies and gentlemen, with that brief introduction, join me in welcoming Prof. Rama to give the last keynote address this afternoon. Please.
Thank you, Matthew, for a nice introduction. Thank you very much for third international conference on health, organizers of third international conference on health and allied sciences by Texila, American University, Zambia, for giving this opportunity to share this research in India, particularly in Geetam University in Andhra Pradesh, one of these states. Today, I am presenting on the current challenges and limitations in breast cancer treatment and diagnosis. I hope The breast cancer is one of the most common cancer in women worldwide, and annually 2 to 3 million new cases are reporting, and even mortality rate is less compared to incidence because of availability of screening facility currently, and also having the awareness and early presentation. But the scenario, as per my understanding, as per the literature, in the Zambia is different. The incidence rate and mortality rates are high, and this is different in rural versus urban. So, similarly in Indian context, very close to the Zambia, and the breast cancer is basically is either invasive ductal carcinoma originating in the milk ducts, and it is invading to the surrounding tissues mostly and forming very large palpable tumors, which is accounting for about 70 to 80% of total cancer cases. And the other type is invasive lobular carcinoma, which is originating in the breast lobules, which is accounting for 10 to 15% of total cases, but it is diffusing largely. But even there, the very subtle size of this thickness, so it is very difficult to palp by observation. And histologically, the breast cancer is also three types. Basically, hormone receptor positive, which is most very common, approximately 70% of the total cases. But this kind of breast cancer types respond to the hormone-based therapy, and they can also better prognosis for early stage the detection. The other type is human epidermal growth factor receptor positive, which is account for 15 to 20% of the cases. It is highly aggressive, but there are targeted therapies are currently available for treatment of this category of the patients. The third category is triple negative. These patients do not express either of the hormone receptors or even HER2 receptor. Therefore, it is difficult to treat this kind of treatment clinically. And moreover, it is highly aggressive, highly heterogeneous, and moreover, it is higher recurrence rate. And recent studies shows that this kind of breast cancer prevalence is very high in younger women. This is one of the difficult task for the scientists and the researchers. So there are many limitations at the diagnostic level or treatment level because of the non-availability of the screening methods or high-cost diagnostic tools or lack of trained personnel, and moreover, unaffordable medications, inadequate infrastructure, and more importantly, drug resistance and side effects. It posing lots of challenges, especially for triple negative breast cancer. So the scientists, researchers, and the students together works for this kind of cancer so that we can reduce incidence and mortality by accelerating the progress towards the cure of this disease. So my journey started with Dr. Naveen and his batch in Geetam since 2007 to 2011. We have identified several natural compounds like quercetin derivatives and flavone derivatives like that, because the medicinal plants are good source of this kind of anti-cancer drugs, as paclitaxel is a good evidence, and also vinblastine, where I did my PhD, also a good source of anti-cancer medicinal plants. And after my postdoctoral in University of Illinois College of Medicine, USA, I started real journey to understand and identify targeted therapies, very importantly. So as Mahatma Gandhi said, we struggled a lot, and the struggle teaches you a lot of things. And I am happy that I have witnessed a roller coaster ride. Sometimes it's more about the journey than the destination, and that has taught me. So in the similar words, we struggled a lot, and establishing the labs like cancer in India, and also study this kind of work. So now we are very happy that we are working well. So our lab is mostly focusing on a tetraspanin protein, CD151. Why CD151 and why not the other proteins? This is a tetraspanin, belongs to tetraspanin family. It is the first tetraspanin member reported as oncogene in many cancers. And we from Geetham, along with the others, either in India and in the world, it was reported as oncogene even in a breast cancer. But we studied mostly in triple negative breast cancer. There are limited studies in TNBC on this protein. It is elevated of this protein correlated with aggressive nature and large tumor and even nodal stage and advanced stage. So this protein mostly promotes drug resistance and even controlling exosomes, small vesicles, nanovesicles, their biogenesis and uptake. So there are many oncogenic functions in which it serves as a scaffold, and together with other tetraspanins or immunoglobulins, integrins together, and their inward outward signaling or outward inward signaling responsible for many cellular functions in cancer cells. So we had many challenges. One challenge is identifying CD151 as a drug target, not only in breast cancer, other cancers. We started this work in 2013, and we developed shRNA against the CD151 for silencing this gene. And we found that this gene is significantly silenced, this shRNA silenced the CD151. And in addition, it also reduced the viability and arrested the cell cycle, and moreover cell addition, migration in vitro, and even in vivo, it reduced the tumor size. And we know that the shRNA or siRNA molecules will be useful for validation of the targets, but in a realistic clinical stage, they fail in many cases. But small molecules or the antibodies or biological molecules, they works well for targeting the target molecules as well as for reducing the for therapeutic purpose. So therefore, we developed a model, because there is no model at that time for CD151 because it's the membrane protein. We developed the membrane 3D model of this protein, and we used the virtual screening. And we identified, applying a different filters, we identified one key molecule as a lead, that is 2-thiol-6-azathioridine. It is reported as antiviral drug. So we repropose this antiviral drug for targeting the CD151 protein and also triple negative breast cancer. So that initially, in addition that we also explored many natural compounds, because natural compounds are less toxic and immunologically compatible. So we explored many natural compounds like pyrocatechol and garlic compounds like diallyl disulfide and diallyl trisulfide for targeting CD151 protein and also various cellular functions. So this pyrocatechol is a natural compound which is induced the cell cycle arrest at G2M phase. Similarly, this diallyl disulfide and diallyl trisulfide are also they inhibited the cell growth and inhibited the invasion in vitro models. And also we have explored marine natural compound. We have isolated from the sea coast in Andhra Pradesh a compound called a peptide, which is a cyclic peptide. It is cycloleucyl proline. And this protein also targeting the interaction between CD151 and EGFR protein. This a complex of CD151 EGFR is required for migration of cancer cells and invasion. So therefore, we also evaluated effect of this compound on cell migration using wound healing assay and Boyden chamber invasion assay. So interestingly, this compound inhibited at a very low dose, around 5.8 micromole concentration, and it inhibited the migration and invasion. So we journey further in another experimental setup. We want to establish the CD151 as prognostic marker for various chemotherapeutics, because as I said, the triple negative breast cancer do not have or limited targeted therapies. So chemotherapy is the one of the key option. So there are many kinds of chemotherapeutics currently, taxanes, anthracyclines, platinum drugs, as Srikanth mentioned. So there, we want to explore the CD151 as a prognostic marker. So interestingly, the CD151, we explored the receiver operator curve analysis for evaluating the prognostic significance of this protein. So this interesting CD151 is showed the AUC, area under curve value 1 for the doxorubicin, paclitaxel, cisplatin, similar to 2-thiocyanidine as 1. As we all know, if AUC is 1, this molecule is perfectly having high prognostic significance. So now we want to explore another dimension of the CD151, because the CD151 is one of the key molecule responsible for drug resistance and even the radio resistance. So we have isolated CD151 subpopulation from the pool of the parental TNBC cell lines as well as patient chomas. And after the isolation, we have used the combination treatment of the 2-thiocyanidine and ionization radiation. So this combination at very low dose, around without combination, the ionization radiation is around 12 gray unit. We have used it for 50% inhibition of the drug resistant cancer cells. But when we gave the combination of this ionization radiation plus 2-thiocyanidine, it is ionization radiation requirement is reduced to 3 gray radiation. So almost 75% dose, radiation dose is reduced with this combination, and also showed very significant value. And the next challenge from my lab is we have wonderful chemotherapeutic drugs, but they pose many side effects and also developing drug resistance. These are the two important key problems with first class or first line chemotherapeutic drugs because the side effects. So with this, we have explored BSA, bovine serum albumin, and also the peptide, cyclic peptide, to prepare or to develop very hydrogel using physical by heating method without any chemical agents for gelation. So this drug significantly delivered the drug selectively. I can show you that we have prepared the BSA-based hydrogel for the delivery of the natural compounds and also drugs like doxorubicin. So very interesting, this hydrogel release in a pH responsive manner in the experimental conditions like a acetate buffer where the pH is 4.5. This you can see that the drug is released at a pH 4.5, mimicking the tumor microenvironment where we know that the pH is very, very less due to the secretion of some metabolites like lactic acid. But normal tissue, the pH is around 7.5, where the drug is minimally released. So therefore, it minimizes the side effects due to the toxic drugs like doxorubicin. And also, we explored this kind of the drug delivery system for the combination delivery of the drugs and thereby reducing the drugs required for the treatment. And the normal doxorubicin, it is well-known first-class chemotherapeutic drug, but it poses many side effects like neurotoxicity, hepatotoxicity, and say many more at higher dosages. But by combination treatment of the doxorubicin in combination with the several natural compounds, we can reduce, we found that, and therefore, but thereby reducing minimizing the side effects. That is my hypothesis. And we started working in this direction using various combinations of natural compounds with doxorubicin. So here, there is the combination of the natural compounds like quercetin or its analog like a taxofolin, either separately in combination with the doxorubicin. They induce immunogenic cell death. It is a kind of regulatory cell death, different from normal regulatory cell death called apoptosis. It's a kind of necrotic apoptosis where the dying cells release some tumor markers like calreticulin, high mobility group protein, and extracellular ATP. These recognizes and activate dendritic cells. These dendritic cells normally recognize the tumor cells and eliminate. This is the well-established mechanism. But mostly this kind of effect is involving endoplasmic reticulum and where this calreticulin normally stores. So when there is an ER stress, this calreticulin or high mobility group proteins are released into extracellularly or onto the membrane, which can be recognized by immune cells. So therefore, most of the drugs that inducing ER stress are releasing reactive oxygen species, which damages the proteins and unfolding, make the proteins unfold, thereby it alleviating the ER stress. So this we have evaluated this effect of these drugs alone or in combination on the ROS generation or in the ER stress indirectly by using a dye called thioredoxin T or thioflavin T in combination with flow cytometric analysis. We also evaluated the DNA damage cell death by ethidium bromide and acridine orange assay, and also with the flow cytometric analysis by I means that these drugs induced in combination with the doxorubicin, they induced the necrotic apoptosis along with the early and late apoptosis in treated cells. So what the takeaway message is, this drug combination of dogs, but the combination is at 50% less in conventional normal doxorubicin concentration. And we are also exploring a different natural compound like sanguinarin. It is a DNA damaging agent, but even doxorubicin also DNA damaging agent. So our hypothesis is if we can use a combination of two drugs which damaging the DNA, possibly at lower doses, minimizing the DOX concentration, thereby minimizing the side effects due to DOX. This combination also currently we are working, and we identified one of the heat shock protein HSPA5, which is the target of sanguinarin in combination with the DOX, which inducing ER stress in triple negative breast cancer cells. And we all know that one of the key challenge currently is the early screening of triple negative breast cancer, because as I said, the tumors are very small, which normally cannot be palpable, the TNBC tumors compared to other types of the breast cancer. So currently there are a lot of research going on liquid biopsy by protein-based, DNA-based, RNA-based markers like even exosomes is one dimension, a lot of research. Our lab is also working on the exosomes and similar to the circulating tumor cells. So our lab is working towards CD151 specific exosomes. As I said, CD151 can control biogenesis of CD150, exosomes. One of our study proven that silencing of CD151 reduced the exosomal levels and also reduced the exosomal uptake by recipient cells. It was recently published, this study, and the exosomes are enriched with proteins and also microRNA, non-coding RNAs like microRNA. So our study found that one of the microRNA like MIR3663, which is enriched in CD151 exosomes. So this is the study. I said we have silenced the gene and isolated the exosomes from the donor TNBC cells and co-cultured with the recipient cells after staining with the specific the dyes like PHK67 or in other kind of the dye, and we co-cultured with less metastatic or non-cancerous cells in this study. So the exosomes are taken when there is no silencing of this gene CD151, but with CD151 gene silencing using siRNA, this exosomal uptake by the recipient cell is significantly reduced. So in this study, we have established that the CD151 is required for the biogenesis like a escort independent mechanism normally explored by cancer cells. So this mechanism, we explored it further. And also, we know the exosomes are plays very important role in pre-metastatic NIS formation. And we explored the CD151 exosomes, and we carried it and what we isolated from the cancer cells and also in the TNBC patients and the healthy donors. This work is yet to published. It is under the submitted to some journal. And this CD151 exosomes induced a capillary formation when co-cultured with endothelial cells, and also caused the cell migration. But when we isolated the exosomes from healthy donors, the capillary formation is very minimal, and also this migration is minimal. So this study establishes that CD151 is a key player controlling exosome migration and the preparation of these distant organs for metastasis as a mechanism of pre-metastatic niche. And we want to explore the CD151 protein or CD151 exosome or CD151 exosomal microRNA as a diagnostic marker, because you know that the early diagnosis of a triple negative breast cancer can save the lives. But currently there are no specific or widely accepted early diagnostic marker or diagnostic method for especially for triple negative breast cancer. So in that with that hypothesis or the aim, we have isolated and quantified CD151 protein in the serum of breast cancer patients in the different stages. For example, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4 in healthy patients. We have quantified the 3 different types of microRNAs which are enriched in the exosomal the CD151 exosomes. So then we have developed the statistical model, machine learning model for classification of the patients in the healthy and stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, a multi-class model and clinical model. So these models by individual microRNA or in the combination of the 3 microRNAs, both in the blood cohort of more than 1,200 patients, we have tested, screened initially, and validated this model. So this model is an independent, as I said, there is a significant, the specificity versus sensitivity when we use the one single microRNA like MIR3663. But when we combine with other microRNAs, this specificity versus sensitivity is not significantly improved in combination in both the multi-class model validation or clinical model validation. So therefore, further, but we combined with CD151 exosomes and the CD151 protein, and we validated, because we found that in the CD151 high expression in a patient, the survival is significantly dropped. And similarly with microRNA 3663 in triple negative breast cancer patients. So this microRNA, triple negative microRNA is significantly increased stage specific manner in triple negative breast cancer. We can see the healthy exosomes levels of this microRNA is very, very low, but in stage 1, stage 3, but not significant difference between 3 and 4, but significantly from healthy to the stage 4 patient, these levels are elevated. Therefore, we propose that CD151 serum protein and this serum MIR 3663 as a diagnostic marker, and we validated this one. So in this validation study, it shows the specificity and sensitivity alone, like a CD151 protein. The AUC value for stage 1 is 0.713 and stage 2 0.94, close to 1, but stage 3, 4 is 1. Similarly, the microRNA 3663, which is in all the 4 stages, stage 1 to 3, it is showed this AUC value 1 for stage 1, 0.99. But when we combine these two, AUC value is 1 for all these for the stages. So that we in the further we want to explore one of the greatest challenge was every scientist all over the world is development of a vaccine or identification of vaccine like candidates. We understand that there is no specific vaccine currently for the breast cancer, especially for triple negative breast cancer. And this is a lot of research is going on here. And similarly, we explored the bioinformatic approach, and in vitro and in vivo studies are going in my lab. And here the CD151 is a protein, as I said. This large extracellular loop is having many epitope regions. And we explored this large extracellular loop of the CD151 protein for predicting B cell and T cell epitopes, including helper T cells and cytotoxic T cells. And initially, because this individual epitopes we explore, they are interestingly, they're non-toxic, non-allergic, but the immunologically very strong. But we predicted the population coverage is limited. But when we prepared the multi-epitope by combining with some linkers and other adjuvants, the response is increased several fold, and we activated the immune response by activating the dendritic cells and natural killer cells, and also showed immune response like by activating antibody producing B cells and cytotoxic T cells in silico simulation model. And also we explored the structure sequences similar, mimicking these epitopes in vitro studies. They activated the macrophage monocytes like a M2 macrophages, and they inhibited their growth in vitro co-culture studies, which increasing the proliferation of THP cells, and also increased the secretion of interferon gamma into the co-culture conditioned media, and also interleukin 2, and but decreased interleukin 10. And also we performed the RT-PCR studies on the breast cancer cells for identifying the genes which are responsible for proliferation of helper T cells, the T cells, like a ERBB2 and beta-catenin 1 and cyclin, and CMYC. All these 3 genes are significantly downregulated by treating the cells with this peptide in vitro cell culture model. And we used the correlation studies by using Memo-Onco database, and the correlation studies also predicted these three genes are the targets of these peptides from the CD151. As we can see that this is our in silico study, as I just mentioned, and this is our in vitro study, and which showed that increasing proliferation of THP cells and expression of the genes, etc. So this studies need some in vivo validation. Of course, the studies are going further in my lab, and then maybe a lot more studies is required to validate these peptides as a vaccine candidates in future. Yes, this is takeaway message, and definitely early detection save the life, need more validated diagnostic tools, and more knowledge. Understanding the risk is one important factor, and the molecular mechanism, and above all, a support from scientists, researchers. So this is, these are my ongoing projects in collaboration with many funding agencies, or with the Stanford University, USA. And this is the infrastructure in the lab. Thank you. This should acknowledge the students who did the PhD, and currently some of the students are working. These are my collaborators from USA and India. Is my mentor of this university, Geetam. Thank you. Now I'm happy if you have any questions from your side. Can I stop sharing, sir? Hello?
No, you.
My talk is over.
Hello.
Yeah, my talk is over.
Okay. Thank you very much for this presentation. It was a detailed and very scientific presentation for all of us. Now we will go to question answer section. Anyone having any question? Anyone is interested in asking any question, clarification, or contribution?
Good afternoon, sir. Good evening. Myself, I'm Dr. Rajesh. I'm assistant professor in microbiology. Sorry, I joined in between the session. So I have some questions related to this breast cancer or cancer related.
Please, sir.
Recently, I come across, if I'm not wrong, there are some genomic labs. They are doing a study and asking that they can do some predictive analysis.
Yes, sir.
On cancers, where they can find out the high risk individuals.
Yes,
so
yes.
How far it is effective in breast cancer? And also, I have another question. Is this genetic, like those in a family, if someone who was breast cancer positive, her daughter or their family members, they should take care that they have high risk of acquiring the breast cancer? So I have two questions. Yes.
Yeah, actually, the genetic basis of cancer is well understood, but there are rare cases the breast cancer is genetically transmitting from parents to offsprings. But it is very important to have, especially in the breast cancer, BRCA1, BRCA2 mutations. where the genetic testing is normally performing. But the risk, there is a little risk, but we cannot undermine that the risk in the family members, but it is only 1 to 5%. The risk in this high risk group due to mutations in the BRCA1 or BRCA2 genes.
So is there any preventive early diagnosis to do a genomic analysis that to find out that high risk individuals? Is it possible?
Definitely, yes, sir, it's possible, but it's very expensive. So currently genetic testing they're doing, but it's very expensive, not reachable to a common man. But the breast cancer mostly reporting younger and poor rural, which is not reachable to a common man.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
This is Naveen.
Yes, Naveen.
One question.
Uh-huh.
Liquid biopsy.
Yes.
So you mentioned, liquid biopsy is promising,
approach
to confirm a lot of different types of cancers, right?
Yes.
So what is the accuracy rate like when you compare with the conventional or the regular biopsy? Where it stands exactly currently?
Currently, a lot of research is going, and we cannot compare with the tissue biopsy, which is a gold standard at this moment. But definitely, for example, circulating tumor cells and some biomarker protein, blood-based proteins, they are using for prediction or the prognosis of cancers. It is well proven. Like, for example, CA123 or like other proteins, but they're limited for some kind of cancers, but we cannot use them for all kinds of cancers. But definitely liquid biopsy, because there is the exosomes from healthy donors and the breast cancer patient in our study, there is a huge difference in terms of molecular cargo, like a microRNAs, proteins, some kind of proteins, in terms of levels, in terms of the different molecules. So that discriminating healthy versus a cancer, but they need to validate in large number of cohorts, not confined to one area in all over the world, so that we can target, I can use as a marker, validated marker for any kind of cancers. Maybe years to go for this establishing the exosomes as a markers, of course.
Thank you, sir. Hi, good afternoon. I wanted to ask, in terms of the cancer, the breast cancer, in terms of detection, does early detection always lead to a successful treatment in terms of like the person being cured, or are there cases where the cancer is detected early enough, but then treatment still fails to perhaps save the person?
You mean that, yeah, early detection, definitely it will save, because you know that as the tumor progresses, as Srikanth in another study, previous talk, the heterogeneity will increase and they develop drug resistance. So in advanced stage, the tumors are resistant to conventional therapies. So they fail to treat these cancers at the at later stage. But when you identify these cancers early stage, we can localize and detect them in the localization or in the early stage in the one tumor initial stage, and it is not going to metastasis, so that we can successfully treat these cancers by surgery itself. So, but when it is in advances, it spread to other body organs. So the surgery is not possible, but chemotherapy or radiation therapy, they can treat, but they develop a resistance over a period of time. So that leads to the failure of a treatment.
Okay, so it means that every time it's detected early enough, it's a 100% in terms of treatment, it will work. Or has there been a case where it might fail even though you detected it early?
I'm sorry, I'm not getting. Could you please repeat?
I'm saying if you detect the cancer early, right?
Yeah.
Is it always that the possibility of the person being cured is 100% every time it's detected early?
I'm not sure, but it may be or may not be possible, but it depends on a patient healthy condition and his immune system. Sometimes it may be recur if he has, sometimes not. If he has a strong immune system, that is one of the key determinant of the therapy success.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So any more questions from the audience?
Sir, one question from me also.
Please, sir.
Yeah, this is Dr. Singh, Dean School of Medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Your experience in cancer biology,
Mm-hmm.
what is your understanding that where we are leading?
So, as for my understanding, if we can identify, we can improve the survival, but we cannot cure at this moment. We can improve or extend the survival of the patient, maybe at 5 years or 10 years, by using a combination of the different treatment options, like, for example, doxorubicin, or in recently what we found that a combination of chemotherapy with natural compounds or other chemotherapeutics, we can explore immune system so that it can increase the immunity and therefore eliminating the tumors. So that is my current understanding from my lab and from the world, what I understood.
One more question. Why India is becoming the cancer capital?
Sir, it is very tough question, but it is true. Maybe there are many reasons, not a single reason. One reason is having the lifestyle changes, very drastic lifestyle changes, especially in the past 2 decades. And the other one, possibly, everybody's become stressful. Even small pretty things, the stress is one the factor. Maybe the lifestyle, the dietary habits, it changed a lot. Nobody's having breakfast these days. I hope you know, even small villages to big towns. So maybe and apart from that hormonal imbalance, because of the breast cancer, I hope you know, mostly in urban areas, they're going for the hormone replacement therapies, especially in metropolitan cities in India. That may be one the reason. And other one is earlier also we have cancer, but there are limited facilities for identifying or detecting. Now the facilities improved. So therefore cases also reporting more. So that is the one impression that the India becoming the, that hub for the breast cancer or any other cancers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other?
So once again, I thank to all. Yeah, please, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us and sharing your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving me an opportunity. And especially thanks to my student, Dr. Naveen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining with us and sharing the novel insights on your cancer research from our lab. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I leave, sir? I want to go to some other place.
Yes, yes, please.
I'm leaving. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being attentive. And thank you, everyone, again for your participation. How has day one gone? Okay. And the food and me. Okay, we have come to the end of day one of the proceedings of day one of the conference. We will continue tomorrow at 9 hours at the campus. We will do things slightly different tomorrow. Today we've all been sat here and listening to the keynote addresses. Okay, we first had the opening ceremony, the guest of honor speech, and the keynote addresses. And what has particularly pleased me about day one is the level of participation, particularly I must mention our students. The level of engagement has been very high, and that has made me satisfied. If that's all we do for this conference, I will be happy because of the level of participation from our students. So I was saying tomorrow we'll do things slightly different. We'll have
4 tracks. Track 1 will be medicine and clinical medical sciences. Track 2 will be public health. Track 3 will be business administration. And track 4 will be information technology. What do you call it? Communication technology, whatever you call it. Yeah, but so you can attend one of these tracks that you find interesting. I think on the program there will be what papers will be presented at what time in each of these tracks. Now, I would also encourage you, especially if you are technology minded, that you attend one of the presentations in IT. There is a very good interpretation of the theme, of the conference theme. Where is it? Futuristic collaborative pathways, bridging medicine, public health, information technology and management. Our IT colleagues have done some very wonderful interpretation of that theme. And so I would encourage you that at some point tomorrow, you should find yourself wandering into that track. You are going to learn a lot. Okay? The second thing that will be happening is we'll have poster presentation, both physical and virtual. And it will be signposted where this will be taking place. And again, just take time to view what other people are doing in their research work. And most importantly, there will be tea and lunch. The most fulfilling part of the conference. Okay, so we encourage you to come with us once again. We will have our collaborating partners. Can I interpret those? I think one of them is the Zambia Medical Association, Resident Doctors Association, Public Health Association. Yeah, Zambia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Zuno. Zuno is a lot of things. I don't want to say it in full. Okay, so our collaborating partners will also taking lead in some of these track events that will be happening tomorrow. So please come once again. I will ask the DVC maybe to officially close the one. Oh, Dr. Amit, the Dean, School of Medicine.
Thank you, sir. It's already said what is supposed to be said. So we are closing today for day 1. We will meet tomorrow, day 2. Thank you once again, participating in this conference and making it successful. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Just one final announcement. Just one final announcement. If anyone has misplaced their phone,
do we have anyone who has lost a Samsung phone? So you can contact the academic manager and ask for medicine, a Samsung phone. Thank you.